Hello, Rimworlders! How the heck is everybody today? What's going on? How's you doing? Hiya, Aya. Thanks for lurking, Killer. We'll do, thank you for doing the shout out for Killer, Barb. Oh, is Doppel here too? Hey, Doppel! Yes, again, congrats on getting married. That's fantastic. You guys look so happy in that picture. I know I said that the other day, but it was adorable. I love seeing cute wedding photos. Sea Ice too. That's what we're doing today. Like when Linus got married, I saw the pictures he posted, and I was just like, "Aw, I known that man for more than half my life." Hey, Blue. Never seen him smile that big. I mean, I've seen him smile pretty big. We have some good times, me and Linus, but that was definitely hands down the biggest I ever seen him smile when he got married to his wife. Aw. We'll have good wedding photos. Hey, bud. I know, I'm sorry. We gotta do dinner again today. I gave you big snackies, you got dry food. We'll get wet food later. Papa already had to start stream. If I noticed earlier, I would have gone back to the store. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I forgot to get more cat food. Yes, we got the walls closed. We got a lot of good progress. I actually ended earlier on Friday, because I was like, you know what? We've had some good fights, made some good progress. Julie's a vampire. Life is getting good on the rim. Maybe we should chill for a hot second. I think we don't have a caravan out. Yeah, I've got a new blood bag. Bank needs to go off tile. Yeah. Bank needs to go off tile. What are we sending Bank out with? We also have drugs. We're back on rice. You passed the fuck out again. Aw. It's alright. If your body needs sleep, your body needs sleep. What are we sending Bank out the door with is the question. Let's hit on pause. Right, we got Julie's gun on the ground. $183. I mean, we don't have a lot at the moment. Passed out last night, too. You did pass out last night. I think we're letting Barb mine out more stuff. Is that what we're doing? Yeah, we've got a little bit more plasteel for Barb to mine out. We had some crazy combat stuff. Hump needs death rest again? Man, this whole death rest situation is getting out of control. I thought you just death rested, buddy. I swear Hump just death rested. Alright, I guess let's get you down. And Julie should be getting up reasonably soon. 1.7 days. Should have waited to put... The sheer caffeine load in my bloodstream ideally should disagree. So Julie... Yeah. I'm a caffeine slut, too. I always have lots of caffeine in my body. It is my preferred method of dealing with the day. All right, let me double check what's going on, because we skipped Monday. I do apologize to anybody who was super stoked to see things happen on Monday. I had to take the day off and do some hardcore adulting, as it were. Needed to. Hey, Emily, how you doing? Welcome in. How you doing today? Rebuffed by BD. Everybody's trying to get down in here, and nobody's getting down, and everybody's upset about it. I was in prison. Ate nutrient paste. Why are you hungry? Are you not allowed to eat nutrient paste? What's going on here? What's going on with Barb? Oh, you're asleep. You'll get up and eat food. Tack Quake incoming. Hey, bud. You want to come say hi? Come say hi? Who's a baby? Oh, my eyeballs. I'm like, why does everything feel weird? Because I can't see. Team caffeine. Yeah, okay. Okay, buddy. Okay. It is kitty time. Hey, bub. Come here. Come say hi to everybody like we do. That's a good baby. Oh, shoulder baby time. He likes being here. All right, we'll do a squat after kitty time, Sparta. Thank you. Thank you to everybody who's been helping me keep up and do squats and hydrate and all that good stuff. I can actually feel my body being better. I'm still fluffy. Probably actually still getting fluffier because I eat a lot of food, but my body is feeling better. Less I'm just not myself when there's too much blood in my caffeine circulation. Okay, so we got 3 squats. Tack, you want to do squats with me? I love this boy. I love him so much. For those of you watching out on the VOD or lurking out there that are new, we are a gaming channel, I swear. We don't just do kitties and squats here. I am not a gym guy. I asked chat to help me with squats. 4 squats, damn it. Yeah, Barb's doing push-ups for every squat I do. So we will play Rimworld here in a second, but apparently we got some fluffy love, and we got some chat helping me get healthy. That you're trying to do it in bulk, because having you squat, sit down, then get back up can get annoying. Too cool. Hi, buddy. I love you so much. Papa's got a stream, okay? I love you. Oh. Okay, starting off the day with exercise. All right. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, not the best shirt to be wearing to do this. Apparently my shirt's armpit is ripped out, I just noticed. I got this shirt as a gift from a friend. It's a Riot shirt from League of Legends. I used to play League a lot. Can I? Yes. Will I? No. I used to play a lot of League of Legends. It was my kind of my go-to, like, I don't know what to do, let me just fuck around game. Mostly randoms. All random, all mid status. ARAMs, as it were. Jesus, 5 squats and my heart's already beating like crazy. Maybe it's because I drink too much caffeine. I don't know if Mank needs to get moving, does he? I guess we could send him out on the road. It's not like it matters, right? What can we send him out with? Dead by Daylight. Yeah, recently I've been more into Magic the Gathering Arena. It's that, like... Whew. That's how out of shape I am, guys. You redeem 4 squats and I'm dying over here. It's the type of game where you can actually just, like, log on. I'm going to take a handful of these joints. Not a lot of them, but a handful. Stretch. I can do that, too. And you can get a few rounds, you know, like... I think a lot of people play shooters for that reason. Like, oh, I can hop on a shooter. I can do a few rounds, play with my friends, and get off. Because a lot of the games I play... Hydrate. Jesus Christ, guys. Where is my water? Do I have water? I have the water. Where is my glass? Alright, I don't know where my glass is, so you guys are getting the bottle chug. Stalker is your game for that? Yeah, I think it's... Oh my god. I swear I'm awake. I think it's good to have a game you can just kind of like pop off a couple of rounds on. You know what I mean? Something that feels like, okay, I don't have to play this for 12,000 hours to get myself there. I'm going to sell off the little scraps here. Huh. And I don't think we can sell anything else, really. We got a lot of random simple meals. Oh yeah, and then I did stock up some nutrient paste meals from when we eventually get solar flares. Huh. Do 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 do. Boop boop boop. Ba do 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 do. All right, let's send it. What happened? Hop in for a mech. As I said, everyone gamer needs a round-based game. Hop in for a match or two, then do something. Ignored twice. Either way, I was agreeing. So sorry, Blue. Sorry, Blue. I was distracted. Imagine that. I already got distracted. Thanks for congrats. The wedding was great. No honeymoon. We paid for whole wedding ourselves, so hoping we can save up and go for one. Aw. Guys, everybody congratulate Doppel. He took the plunge into married life. There are pictures up in the life section. Him and his new wife look adorable. So it's just funny that he talked about exactly what I brought up separately from my own message. And has TAC completely annihilated the camera? Sure, why not? So anyway, Bubba, I'm sorry. We gotta do dinner later. I promised dinner. I'm sorry. Man, I feel bad right now. Okay. We are letting the game play, so things are happening. We're having Bank take off what little wealth we have. Bank is not a badass combat guy or anything like that. He's not really badass at anything except not needing stuff. We gave him a better gun because he won the battle. We also stuck our one shot left shock lance on him. I wish it said it in there. Like, does anybody know how you check how many shots are left on that thing? 1 of 2 right there. Charges 1 of 2. Excellent. So somehow or another he won a battle. I have the whole day today, so I'll do my nails. Heck yeah. Post that stuff up. Barb's really good at doing nails. Huh. So I guess let's kind of like speed things along here. How long till Julie wakes up? 1.4 days. Okay. Minor break risk. Cool. Is that because... Yeah, it's because she's up here. Go get a beer, Barb. Why are you always so upset? We might have to put Barb on some sort of meal plan once we get a stove back up again. We've got to get a few things back up. We got to get a stonecutter bench back up. We got to get a stove back up. Sorry for delay in response. I'm at work and had coolant all over me. Oh, man. Coolant is so weird. So you know, everybody here knows I grew up very, very redneck in the Northeast. And so I've helped my brother work on cars. I've helped my father work on cars. My dad had no business working on cars. I don't know what the fuck that man was thinking, ever doing anything, honestly. I'll get there in a second. But my older brother was actually pretty good. He would buy used cars. So like, oh my god, it's so classic redneck. My brother would buy and resell cars, but he would work on them before he'd sell them. So he'd buy a car, and he had the specific model. I don't remember what it was. I think it was a Honda, or I forget what it was. But basically, if he found that make and model car, and it had any good life in it, he'd make the people an offer. So there were like 3 or 4 of them that were just parts cars sitting on the upper part of our property. We had this property that was kind of hilly, so like it was up on the upper part. Where all we lived on like a bluestone deposit, so we had bluestone for making walls and pathways and shit. And occasionally my dad would, you know, get off his lazy ass and sell some of it, which he probably should have done more of. But whatever. I digress. So my older brother used to have at any given time 2 to 3 cars for parts, and then he'd buy a car that needed a few things. He'd be like, "Oh, dude, I have an axle for that thing." Mech Hive raid while 2 of our people are down. That's not good. Okay, so what do we got? We got 4 Scythers and a Miltor. There has to be another angle. We've got a Centurion, a Pikeman, a Lancer, and a Scyther. And up here, 2 Centipedes, a Miltor, and a Lancer. Okay. Interesting. EMPs is a good call. I really wish Julie wasn't down. How long till you wake up? 1.1 days. And we just put Humph down for death rest. Okay. Giggles, how is your food looking? I'm going to need you to eat and then do some work for me. This is why I ended early on Friday. I felt it coming. I was like, it's coming any second now. And if we'd have gotten the raid at the end of Friday, it could have been real bad. So the reason I'm grabbing Giggles here is we need someone to bait these guys, because we are going to play our classic door juke tricks with them. Julie being down is a problem, though. Since they're preparing for a while, I might legitimately send out a team to deal with this bit down here. Although there's a Lancer. Nah, we can't. We gotta deal with it as it is. So let's take this nice and slow. No reason to get our heart rate up other than the squats. I think. This is gonna be another dug-in battle. Where are we gonna position our boy here? I think our best position to start is we're gonna put him over in this door. I need a door open with a target for them, so that they actually come over here. When they begin their assault, we'll spread our team out to the different doors. This method is not... Yeah, I'm glad we got Bank off as well. This is already a pretty aggressive raid, so we'll see how far we can get through all this. The other problem with this raid is it is in the middle of a snowstorm, so there's going to be a lot of slow-moving stuff. Also, this ghoul... Minimum comfort fill, -11. We're at -35. Giggles is going to have some problems. We might want to roof this area in sooner rather than later. Man, I am not excited about this at all. We have a few fine meals, right? Right off the bat, I'm going to have Barb eat a fine meal. Because Barb seems to have issues. Who else is, like, really in a bad mood? I think BD is in a bad mood. Yeah, I think we get BD a good meal as well. Although, we might wait on BD. Soul. Grump. This is going to be difficult. Can we... How do we prep for this? Probably going to lose a lot of rice on this one. Yep. So we're gonna play just a little bit of chess here. Ghouls still can get hypothermia, which is a problem. Yeah, we do have a Soothe Pulsar. I do believe, right? Where's our Soothe Pulsar? Yeah, we have a Soothe Pulsar. If we need to, we'll pop that mid-game. Really kind of upset that Julie is down. We just made her a vampire. I kind of felt like that was going to happen. I was like, we're going to make Julie a vampire, and she's going to... And we're going to get a raid while she is sleeping. We got 1 day. So maybe midway through this fight, Julie gets up. Also, really got to do that. Where is Barb? I forgot that Barb was almost was set on schedule. Barb could have accidentally tried to walk up here if I hadn't just realized that. That could have been real bad. I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. Like, legitimately not sure how we're gonna do this. So we've got a lot of stuff at our disposal. We're probably gonna end up having to burn a shock lance or two. The Centurion over here. These can go a couple of ways, right? Like, if we can get this Centurion right up against the door, melee locked with Giggles, he could actually provide quite a bit of good cover for us. Like, centipedes aren't going to come right up on you if you've got other stuff. So if the Centurion is right up here against Giggles, his shield is going to be here. The centipedes are just going to hang out here, you know, or over here or down here shooting. So the Centurion could conceivably block for us, but we're not going to count on it. Now, if we were later game with larger outer walls that are, you know, double and tripled thick, you told Photo to eat the raw meat. Oh, shit. No, I told him to put it in the thing. Right? Fuck. Fuck. Well... Alright, hang on. Okay, I'm gonna have to send an actual colonist over here for now, because Giggles is not happy about this. Fuck a duck. Movement. Okay, I'm gonna send Barb over here. We need the door juggle. And it is not going to be easy out in a snowstorm. I mean, the extra walls are awesome. But moving between them is going to be a pain in the ass. So we're going to have to do a few things here. So you can go in there. I need you to go inside. We're going to have to give Giggles some cold-resistant genes at one point. The strongest mech I mean, the Centurion has probably got the most health, but we've got a Centipede Blaster and a Centipede Blaster. We could theoretically kite the Centipede Blasters. Yeah, I would say the Centipedes are definitely the scariest bit of this whole thing. I think we could realistically take out most of this. The hardest part, I honestly think, is going to be able to get the Lancers before they headshot somebody. We don't have a lot of good head armor, so the Lancers are problematic. We do have good weapons, and we have a couple of low shields. In fact, I think we have 3 low shields. We just have to be careful, because if we toss a low shield... Also, we have a turret pack. If we do a low shield and Killer breaks it with the EMPs, that's not going to be fun. Yeah, we need a strong... Well, more than a strong melee weapon, we need armor. We need Humph to be able to tank. The fact that Humph is down is not great. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it is not a good situation that Humph is down. I just put him down for death rest too. So, in the past, if you've got a badass enough vampire, Julie will be waking up during this fight, 23 hours. So she might wake up as they're coming in. They should be coming in reasonably soon, but we should get Julie back in the mix midway through this fight. We'll get her to pick up her bolty. We can just kind of... Okay, mechs are beginning their assault, so I need everybody in position. Okay, let me double check who has the best construction. Okay, so... Right, so I think... Shit. I think Ben and Photoshop... I'm going to put Ben and Photoshop down over here. Don't go through that door. We're going to hold a few of these doors. It's probably going to kill the rice, but we're not doing bad on food. So, first time they pass through these doors, we'll deal with that. What we're going to do is we'll put Giggles in the refrigerator with... See, Bank had some construction. Okay, Giggles and Soul will go in the refrigerator. What's Mila looking like? Mila's got... Okay, Grump and Mila. They can take the upper wall. And Killer. We don't have a door here. That's problematic. And Killer doesn't have movement. Where's Grump going? I have Grump going up there. I think Killer is actually going to hold this door over here for Barb. Now, on the plus side, the smaller guys are very slow. Let me rethink this for a hot second. If we absolutely have to, we can wake Humph up to see. Yeah. I mean, if we absolutely have to, we've got several shock lances and 3 shield packs, and also have... Also have, like, turret pack, a couple of other things. We just, Our sniper is down. And that's the problem right now. Our sniper is down. So, as per usual, we're going to take this nice and slow and steady. I don't want you to fire at will, because if you EMP at the wrong time, that hoses us. We got to keep an eye on this Lancer. And the one down here as well. What is Ben holding? Assault rifle? Okay. Thank you for lurking, Ayat. Hopefully we won't be dead when you come back. See, the Lancers, if we can knock out the Lancers and the Pikemen real quick before we hit any major problems with the other mechs, we could probably kite. In fact, if we can just hold them off long enough for Julie to get up, I bet you Julie could almost take this whole thing on her own. Julie's a motherfucking badass. Okay, what do we got over on this side as far as range is concerned? You're still way out of range. You're way out of range. Okay, so let's have Photoshop. I'm gonna have Photoshop pop their marksman command. And I'm actually gonna have them move down to here. Now, we don't have fast move speed, but I think we could do a little door pop. Just gotta try not to get popped by a Lancer. Lancers and Pikemans are squishy, but they can literally one-shot people, so... And we are not moving fast. We are at very low move speed. So... The Lancer is over here, which is a problem. We might legit just straight up shock lance the centipedes. We might not try to, you know, deal with them in any type of normal way. And Barb has the shock lance. Who has a shock lance over here? Grump's got a jump pack. Mila's got a shock lance. Shock lance takes too long to fire unless they're distracted, so... I was really hoping this Lancer would be further up front. I do play these battles more like chess than an RTS. For anybody who's curious, I very much pause, take stock of what we're doing, give myself the opportunity to make the best work of everything. So let's give it just a little bit of movement here. Now that Lancer, can I door juke that Lancer and get a few shots off on him? I don't think we can. We just do not have the overwhelming firepower to deal with that. I'm going to send Photoshop back over here. Just so we have options for our door jukes. Because we're going to have to open a door in a second here. So let's unforbid these doors. I think this is where we put BD in the doorway. I don't think Barb's going to get a good shot off here. The Lancer changed aggro. No, Lancer didn't quite change aggro yet. Right, we got BD in a doorway. I really wish we had a door here now as well. Huh. I don't think Barb can get off a shot and get back inside on these guys, so we might have to pull her in right now. Okay, so they re-aggroed to BD, but we're going to reopen this door real quick and keep an eye on this Lancer, because I'm pretty sure Barb's going to be able to get off a shot on that Scyther before the Lancer's in range, but let's see. Just got to keep an eye on BD, because that could be problematic. We're going to have to shock lance the Centipedes, is probably what's going to happen here. Barb's about to take a shot. And misses. Everybody's aggroed over to BD. I think we send Barb over here. Now, if they come around the corner, we got to open another door. Lancer's about to shoot at BD. Get in, get in, get in. Grump, go there. Giggles, open that door. Heart's pounding. Okay, they're coming for Giggles. And like right now. Half a second. Go in. Do a little flip-flop on the door real quick. Minor break risk on Grump. He needs food. Should have checked that ahead of time. Let's get you a fine meal. Try and do this without Grump in the mix. Move Barb again. Alright, they're gonna smack on the walls, I think. Is a problem. We'll bring out Ben. Ben, go in. Ben, in. Yeah, okay. Now that did juke them that way a little bit. I'm gonna jump Barb over here. Tachyon, no. No. Hey, come down. Now. Oh my God. Sorry about that, guys. Bad boy. Bad. Sit. Yeah, he's being an asshole, for sure. Doors did not open at all, which is problematic. Gonna have to have Barb pop that door and then retreat I'm going to say up to here, probably. Tachyon, please. Scyther got in. Barb's old nemesis, the Scyther. Alright, we got people smacking on doors, which is a problem. Ben, come over here to repair. Can Photoshop repair? No, they can't repair at all. Fuck a duck. Mila's got sniper fire. Oh, this door is going to go down. That door is definitely going to go down. We're going to have to take them at that door. Like, literally, like, no chance that we're going to get away with not having to deal with that. Ben's not going to be able to get there quick enough. Okay. $68 on that door. Yep. Unfortunately. So, Grump, do me a favor. Activate the pulsar. Everybody who is not Grump, let's get you over here, including Mila. Fuck. This is not going to go well. Maybe we can avoid the door here. I don't think we can repair through that. Yeah, we're in a not so great spot here. That door is going to go down. Let's get Photoshop. I think we position everybody kind of over here, so we can duck around the corner when we need to. Oh shit. Forgot Giggles was in the door. That's bad. They're going to get in. Closed? Closed. Barb got one of the Scythers, though. Ben seems to be repairing the door. Maybe we're not as fucked as I thought we were. Can I get Barb over here? Okay, opportunity. Just got to keep an eye on the walls. What's the range on these guys? That guy's got a shitty range, so... he's gonna cause problems for us. This might be a let him in one at a time type of thing. Really wish we had another vampire up. How long on Julie? 19 hours. Now the problem is this thing, when it comes around the corner, is we're not going to have time to shoot it before Barb gets hit. So let's try... for just a hot second, we're going to hold this door. Okay. Barb wants your attention. Highlight my message. What happened? What happened? Barb could jump to repair. Yes, sorry. It's hard for me to pay attention to chat during these things. Now, what do we got coming in close by? We've kind of got the chaff coming in. Maybe we do keep this door held and take them here. That door could be a problem. Oh, we are in trouble here. Fuck, I didn't mean for that door to close. I forgot we took it off hold. We might have a fucking problem here. Shit. All right, they are avoiding it. Bait bot's off. Bait bot is off map. Yes. Gonna have to get Ben to repair that. I'm honestly thinking we might let them come in. Burn a low shield pack, let them come in, shock lance the big boys. Because this door juke situation is not working the way I'd like it to. Let me think before I panic. Ben's got to go repair that door. Look at their pathing. I think we send Giggles over here. See, if we let them in, I need everybody to come to the same spot. If we don't let them in, whole other story, right? Deciding. Hang on. It's too early in the day for this. The whole stream's going to be this battle as I play chess with the computer. Nah, Giggles juking there is not going to help. I think we bring Giggles out to the main team here, and I think we try to deal with the squishies real quick. Yeah, I think we hold the door and deal with the squish. Hmm. Yep. That's probably our best play at the moment. The Lancers might be problematic, but what's the distance on these guys again? Okay, yeah, we're gonna back off to about here. We're gonna let Ben go. Actually, no, you know what? Let's get Ben over here as well. They're attacking an open door. Smart. Smart mechs. We're going to do more damage to our walls than the mechs are. Why are you attacking a door that's open, you moron? Alright, that Scyther is down. Let's get slightly away from the wall. A little less friendly fire on our defenses here. That guy's down. They should path to us, but let's just keep half an eye on the walls. We spread... It kind of depends on the thing attacking, right? Like, we're going to start using the EMPs right now, but it was also a matter of I wasn't sure if I wanted to pop a low shield. If we pop a low shield, we can't really use EMPs because the EMP can crack our own low shield. And if we get any closer, we kind of do need to get closer, just so Killer can do that. So let's get to about there. Now, all of their aggro should change to come to us. Like I said, we're probably going to have to burn Shock Lance and or low shield on the centipedes, but the other thing is they're going to try and use the door for cover. And we got to time this just right. So glad the walls are made of plasteel. No, we do not want that to hit us. So Killer, do that, and then low shield. Alright, he is dead. Now, our walls are just getting chewed up by our people, which is frustrating. Now, he's in the doorway, so we don't have a choice anymore. They are going to be coming in that way. I think our best... we are in a low shield, so that's... yeah, he's in the doorway. This is why you need double doors. It's going to be our next deal. we've got the big boys. No, we don't have sidecasts yet. Yeah, we can't play the door juke game anymore because that corpse is in the doorway. We're going to have to stand our ground here. It's a little too close. See, I would need Barb to jump to hold the other door. We don't have the ability to get someone to another door quick enough and have someone jump over there and haul that. So, you know. Plus, Barb's got one of the shock lances. Although Grump has a jump pack. That centipede's going to do work, though. Unfortunately, I think this is a let them in and burn weapons type of situation. That, I dropped that low shield early, but I really didn't want to take a sniper hit. Yeah, the whole low shield is going to get wasted here. Why won't you stop punching that wall, goddammit? BD is in the midst here. Drink a beer real quick. Shock lancing that guy. You know what? It's good that Killer tossed that because it's going to break the Centurion's shield. And he is stunned. Yep, I gotcha. Combat command is a good call. Playing sloppy, should have giggles in here. They're beating on the walls, even though we have an empty spot in the base. I'm not sure what's going on here. They came in another door. Okay, excellent. And by excellent, I mean eat a dick, Randy. This guy's pissing me off. The Miltor is coming in, but the Miltor shouldn't be too much of a problem. Okay, that'll do. Why? Why is this door... Why are you attacking this? Absolute stupidity of this all. Randy Random in a nutshell. Yeah. There's no reason they should be attacking this wall. Mila got hit. Because I didn't send Giggles in quick enough. Barb, I'm going to need you to coagulate Mila. Alright, Lancer is down. Centipede is punching a wall for some reason. That Lancer is finally coming in. Killer, hold fire for a hot second. Mila needs food. I'm gonna send Mila back to eat a meal. Shit. Everybody is fucking breaking. So this is, even with the psychic, because everybody is starving. Should have had everybody eat. Wait, Mila got her stomach destroyed? That's gonna be fun. I mean, she'll still be able to eat. She's just gonna have to eat, like, extra food. Alright, I'm gonna let Mila go back and get food. We're just gonna have to shock lance the centipede. We don't have time. Ain't nobody got time for that centipede. We're gonna let the people that are breaking go back and eat food. We'll keep everybody else here to and we'll shock lance the centipede. Do we need to shock lance the centipede? We kind of do. Well, maybe not. You can't pull stomachs. He's gonna stop in the door, right? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I am annoyed right now. There is a good spot. Okay. Raid is handled. Mila lost a stomach. Yep, those are all things we gotta do for sure. They came through a uranium wall. Amazing. But we did snag a little bit more plasteel, so we're just gonna replace that wall with plasteel. First and foremost, we need to get everything out of the doorway. Feel bad. Slight misplay. Milo lost a stomach. Make sure I'm not crazy here. Door by the power bank. Door by the power bank. The held door? Yeah, we gotta unhold the door. This is why we got to get the walls doubled up. Also, let's double check that everything's in the home zone while we're here. It is not. Also, you mentioned adding a new door between the new section and the power room. Yeah, we've got to do a couple of things door-wise. Stockpile zone here. Allow all. That fixed. Poor Mila. Yeah, I'd like to get a door here. I mean, that's the thing is, like, more doors... More doors helps with raids like this. It hurts with stuff like Shambler assaults. So, you know, one of those things we just gotta do whatever we can as we go here. What would be great is if we could pave this whole thing. Any hobbits to take instead? Yeah, right? That's not the sloppiest I've ever played, but it's also not the cleanest I've ever played. Still, not the, you know... Down a stomach is not necessarily the worst situation. It's not a great situation, but... Starvation on... I'm so sorry, Soul. Go get yourself some food. Okay. Exciting start to the day. A little over an hour in, and we've dealt with a multi-pronged mech assault. Not the greatest combat situation. Not the worst either, though. Rice didn't die. Power is still on. We had to rebuild 2 wall segments. 3 wall segments, I think. And got enough plasteel. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. We'll get that wall properly doubled up on that side as well. Something I learned playing a little bit of Rust. I didn't play a lot of Rust. I think grand total I have like 100 hours or something in that game over like a few different times of playing a little bit here and there. What's important is the number of walls it takes to get to your core base. So like what you do is you look at the different routes. You're like, okay, well if they start at this wall and go to this wall, like, okay, so starting here it's 1, 2, 3. And if they go this way, it's 1, 2, 3. If they go this way, it's 1, 2. Oh shit, we need another wall between here and there. Because you want to try and like, what is it called? Honeycomb the core of your base a little bit. So up here, they've got to go through 2 walls to get to our power, which is why we have this double walled first before anything else. If we lose these windmills and these mortars, that really sets us back to a spot where we might not be able to recover. These walls over here are not double walled, but there is an outer wall. So for them to get to the core of our base, they have to break the outer wall and break the inner wall on this side. So technically, that's the same type of thing. It takes them 2 walls to get through to in here. It takes them 2 walls to get in here. The weakest side of our base is right here. So realistically, we need to start thinking about expanding this wall out to get a little bit of honeycomb. Even if we did something like just super cheeky and cheesy and low tech, and just kind of did like you know, something like that. You know, even that might be worthwhile, something along those lines. But we don't have the materials quite yet. Yeah, the prison is the furthest in, pretty much. Our blood bags will be safe forever. Alright, let's get that on so we can scrap things up a bit. There's a little bit more steel coming our way. Oh man, it would be really nice to get Mila a new stomach now. I mean, she can still eat. It's just that her ability to, like, she's going to have to eat more times a day, I think is how that works. I wonder if we should eventually move the prison and keep that area as a permanent med bay. Entirely possible. I think a lot is going to change about the base as we progress here. I'm just happy we had a little bit of plasteel hauled in for repairs. I don't think we can focus on base expansion for a little while, just because we need to make sure we have enough materials for repair. We're going to continue to let Barb mine out that plasteel once we've recovered a little bit from this. That should be enough to keep us like going. We may do a few strategic reinforcement spots, but I'd really love to get all these outer walls doubled and get this wall doubled. I think getting this wall here doubled is probably something we should try and do reasonably quickly. Not like right this second quickly, but this is problematic that this wall is soft. So I'm actually going to start planning on doing that and thinking about what we need to do that. So how much plasteel do we have? 14. Not enough to really make a huge dent in anything. So yeah, I think that's our goal right now. We lose a little bit of space in our refrigerator and in our main base, but if we can get this wall doubled, even if it's side-by-side double doors, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Still not very secure, but we could make a few things happen. Nobody mood broke in the middle of the battle. And we got some slag and components from that. So it is what it is. Eventually move the... Yeah. Okay. Whew. There we go. There we go. And Julian Humph slept through the whole thing. I can't help but wonder if we would have been in a better position with both of them up. 2 extra vampires up and moving around for mobility. We might have been able to door juke easier. Also, Humph is tough and has a melee weapon. Julie is long range. I feel like if we had them up, that could have gone a little bit better. But you never know. Maybe it would have gone a little bit worse. Maybe I would have been overly confident in our ability to door juke and kite, and they would have broken in a different spot. If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, oh, what a fine Christmas it'd be. Oh yeah, you know what? Let's forbid these doors again so they don't go in and out of the refrigerator for basic travel. That was nerve-wracking. I am a little sad Mila lost a stomach. I was just honestly, we could have burned a second low shield, but I was like, you know what? Let's risk it. It was my like we can't burn a low shield for a single shot. Like that just doesn't feel right, so fine meals. How would you all like to be on fine meals for a little while? Actually, we don't need them on fine meals at the moment, but we have fine meals. I wish that had come first, obviously, but if that had come first, I would have had every single pawn eat a fine meal before that battle, and I would have felt a little bit better. We might not have even had to burn the Soothe Pulsar at the end of the day. So, well, I just stomped this boss I fought to death, quite literally. Good. Good. Congratulations. Good shit. Glad you got it. We survived a shot. I mean, honestly, in Rimworld, you're gonna take hits. If you're gonna, like, I don't want to say if you're gonna get upset, but if losing a stomach or losing an arm has, like, tanks you out and you're like, fuck, I can't do this. One of my best pawns lost a stomach. That don't play on 500%, you know? Our pawns lived, at least down a stomach isn't down an arm. I'd rather be down a stomach than down an arm or a leg. It's going to affect her everything across the board, so I mean 50% digestion. You have no stomach but still 50% digestion, you know. You just linking the esophagus to the small intestine at that point, right? Okay. Playing a little slow here. Foot stomp? Excellent. Alright, Julie is up and about. Let's get you your bolty. See, Julie, as a vampire now, probably could have dealt with that entire raid. Like, other than the Lancers and the Pikemen, Julie outranged all of the other stuff. She's got jump, and I believe she's got... we don't have her with an offhand yet. That's right. Yeah, Julie could have probably handled that entire raid. Between the fact that her mood is usually very high because she's married and gets lovin' and all that good stuff, and the fact that she's been using a bolt action that's a long range, her shooting ability, she probably could have kited that entire raid on her own if she was up. So, hoping that the next one goes a little bit smoother now that she's up and about. Also, she's a vampire now, so her scars are going to start healing. Stomping them to death. What makes it funnier is that she's a very attractive woman. Party time? Well, I mean, we could definitely use the mood boost. Speaking of parties, how is our ideology? Our ideology is not ready for another 9 days or so. If we didn't have snow, if Julie was awake, if, there's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of things that could have moved that fight more in our favor. I think given the circumstances, the number of mechs, the number of colonists we have, the low shooting level of a lot of our people, I think losing a stomach is not the worst situation. Ben, go join the party. I want Ben to get the mood buff too. One of the things I could have done that I didn't, I'm still not used to using the turret packs. That turret pack could have drawn the fire that hit Mila. So there is that. New lovers. Grump and BD. Okay. Alright, we don't have the materials to make a double bed, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna reinstall that there so they won't get the sleeping alone debuff. If you have two single beds right next to each other, and it's a couple, they won't get the sleeping alone debuff, but they won't get the bonus from lovers. So we would kind of like to get Grump and BD into a double bed, but we need to do a vasectomy and we need to get enough materials in to make a double bed. So drug lab, not quite. Maybe now that we scrapped some of that stuff. We got 128 steel, so I think a new. Oh, we did get a new stove. I forgot about that. Okay, okay. So drug lab and the possibility of a stone cutter are on the horizon then. Double bed is a metal horror issue. Yes, absolutely. Right now we have Julie and Killer in a double bed. We've had them in a double bed the whole time. I like having Julie at a super high mood, so to make Flake for Bank to just go back and forth. I don't think we have the. I don't think we can do that. I mean, we've got a better situation here than we did, but at the same time, I don't think we have enough resources to really be like buying, making, and selling drugs at the moment. We'll get there. We'll get there. Right now, our wealth is at 90,000, so it's honestly not too long before we're at raid cap. We really do need to get ourselves. Now let's get the vegetarian fine meal. Mila's going to go and do a thing. Let's have you haul that in as well. We just got a decent amount of steel from that. I'm not going to say it's a good trade to trade a stomach for a couple hundred steel, but, you know. He doesn't care. Well, yeah, we're definitely going to keep Bank on the road. That's not what I'm worried about. The thing is, we have to buy the Nutramine, we have to make the drugs, and while the drugs are on map, it is wealth. So... Oh, wait, is this door held? No, okay, we're just walking through it too fast, so... It is what it is. Where is Barb? Flake only needs psychoid leaves. Okay. Okay. We might do that. Right, for Go Juice. We had this conversation last week. Totally, totally, totally. Man, we're going to wind up with a whole colony of vampires at this rate. Unrefined cocaine, what Yayo is? Oh, okay. I suppose we could let them out this door if they want to go out this door. Say that like it's a bad thing. All right, all right. Okay, I got to snap back into actual streamer mode here and focus a little bit. Anyway, thank you guys all for coming today. Thank you for lurking, Sparta. We'll see you when you get back. Good luck stomping people, guys. For anybody lurking, for the VODs, for everybody who comes regularly, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I never thought we'd be able to get to this point with this playthrough. I never thought as a streamer I'd be streaming to this many people on a regular basis. We've made some really good friends with some communities out there. Every day we've got more and more people coming in, and I spent most of my life going through anxiety and depression, not realizing I had ADHD and bipolar. When I got on the meds, life really kind of started to straighten out a little bit. And ever since then, I've just kind of like kept grinding and kept going. I'm very happy with the direction things are going. On Monday, I took the day off to take care of some adulting, as it's referred to now. You know, going to the bank, making phone calls. I did do a haircut. I was gonna say get myself a haircut, but I cut my own hair, so that's fun. And so, as far as stress goes, I'm way less stressed today as well, and yesterday as well, just because of the fact that let's just harvest everything, Barb. But what I'm trying to say is life is going in the right direction. I am still massively in debt because after all of the medical stuff I went through over the last 5 years, but I even made a couple of payments on that stuff on Monday. Unfortunately, it was from selling a bunch of my old equipment, but I've got more to sell, so at least I can keep myself afloat that way. The money you guys have been donating and the subscriptions and all that stuff has gone a long way to helping me, you know, keep food in my belly. As I mentioned earlier, belly is feeling better ever since I've had you guys doing the hydrates. The squats I can feel in my thighs, and I already feel a little better at that. As you saw, doing 4 or 5 squats at the beginning of stream, even that gets me a little winded. So it's good that I've got something going on. Hydrate. As I said earlier, I don't know where my glass is, so we're gonna do a little bottled chug. There we go. But yeah, basically what I'm saying is I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with life. I still, you know, when you've got bipolar, even when you're on meds, it doesn't fully fix the problem. It makes you feel, it irons out the highs and the lows, so it's a lot easier to function, but it is not a cure-all. I'm going to start putting down some supports over here so we can actually roof this whole area in. If this place was roofed in, we'd have had an easier time with that fight because we would have been able to move faster. How wide is this? 13. Can't quite get all the way in because of that. Okay. Alright, so Mila is scrapping all of the mechanoids. We've hauled in some chunks. Got 170 steel out of that whole thing so far. We're down to 13 plasteel because Grump is hauling that over there. We'll tap in a couple of other little spots for supports, which will probably eventually end up changing, but I do want to get a roof on this place out here. Yeah, we're going to get scanners down over here is the plan. I'd like them to be walled in, but scanners is definitely something that's important. We might actually be able to get a scanner down today. I think that would be a really good situation. Why? I need Humph back up. So yeah, it's nice to be back into Rimworld. I kind of missed Monday. We had a good time playing Oxygen Not Included yesterday, but as anybody who was here saw, I was a little at a loss on how to progress in that playthrough. So we had some conversations about what we wanted to do, how we wanted to approach it, and I did wind up posting a poll up in Discord. So if you guys haven't responded to that, there's still a poll up there. So when tomorrow morning comes, I'm going to double check it, but last time I checked what everybody wanted to do, The options I gave were stay in this playthrough, the current Frosty playthrough, go back to our Cozy Colony playthrough, New Frosty embracing the cold, or New Frosty conquering the cold. Overwhelmingly, when I got off last night, the votes were for a New Frosty map embracing the cold. So we'll check again. I'll check when I get off tonight. I'll check again in the morning before we start, whatever the top vote is. That's what we'll do. If you guys want to cast a vote up there, go up and go into the Oxygen Not Included section, select one of the bits. Barb actually got the poll working. I went to go post it and I didn't do it right, and she noticed immediately and went and sorted it out. It's always good to have people that got your back helping you get things done like that. Without her, I wouldn't have nearly the amount of stuff going that I do. If you didn't know, she's the one that also does the thumbnails for all my YouTube stuff. So without the help and support of the community and the people I love, I don't think I'd be nearly anywhere near where I'm at. So thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Resting. No, you can rest after you finish planting. So it looks like it's likely we're going to start a Frosty playthrough embracing the cold. I'm still not exactly sure what the end goal is. I'm actually considering disabling the Spaced Out DLC. I think that might be a good way to go about it, because rushing to the second planet really trivializes, and I'm directly quoting Flower on this, so if you're out there, Flower, you made a really good point and it impacted me. I think playing with the Spaced Out DLC kind of trivializes the challenge of playing on the Frosty map, because you can just rush to going and getting, what do you call it? Going and getting to the second planet. And when you do that, you're more or less playing the core game, so... Alright, we're going to need a few more supports than this. This is where I want to put the scanners, but it is not going to be enough. Let me kind of draw out our nonsense here. Just to make sure we have coverage. We'll play slow and steady, plan things out a bit. Now, I think eventually my plan for this place will work, but at the moment we're going to have to put in some extra supports. So we'll do that and we'll get this place in. So this is what we're dealing with right now. So we're going to have to get a support probably somewhere like right here. So let me think here real quick. I don't want to get flagrant with this. So if we were to get 6 here, that would be not enough. We need 6 from here. So that's less than 12. So horizontally, it doesn't really matter where we put them. This way, 6 is there. 6 is there. So a wall right there would just barely support the roof. We were looking at 7x7 containments in the bottom right. Yeah, that is the idea, and that'll provide us with more walls for support, but until then we got to actually do something to keep that place looking right. So let's see if we can take that into account in our build here. If we go 7x7, that would put a wall here. Let's do a little trading real quick. Not that we have much to trade, but okay. Yeah, we really don't have much of anything to trade. Would love to get another shock lance, but that's not possible. Oh my god, I can't wait till we can get Psycasters. Psycasters are going to make this all much, much easier. Mind Numb for 128 might be the best buy here. Man, if this was one of our trips where we had organs, could totally buy ourselves a pack animal to bring a lot of stuff back. But we do not have, we are not flush with cash. We're at like 267 as far as budget goes. We could get 2 Mind Numb serums, and I think that might be the play. Mind Numb serum is a huge help in those fights. Whoever's breaking the most or is ever most important for the fight, we give them the Mind Numb. Man, they even have Cataphract. God, we got to get money. Okay. Let's call that good. We'll grab a couple of Mind Numbs. That should get us through the next fight whenever it happens. If we're doing a 7x7, that puts a wall there. And a wall, like a wall here and a wall here. So that gets us somewhere. What do we have for wall material? We do have a little bit more plasteel. So let's keep that in mind. Let's tap one down there, tap one down there, because that will keep in step with our eventual plans for the build. And I kind of think what we need to do is... They're repairing things. Let's say 1... So this is 6 out. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 is normally where I put things. So 11 by 11, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we could put one there. I think, to err on the side of caution, we put one here. I'm going to do that and forbid it, and then I'm going to see what the coverage looks like on that. It wouldn't cover that tile. So we'd probably be looking at going right there. So let's redraw that. This is the problem when you deviate from your standard build. Okay, No distress single, no thank you. Alright, let's pause this for a hot second and just kind of figure out what we need. So if that's 6 from the wall, let's say we want support out to there, right? So with that, we would need... we need one right there. And that would give us support. Still wouldn't do it. Alright, Nether is making stupid decisions for builds, is what it comes down to. Like, a support there would probably sort most of that out, right? Something like that. Ugh. Why did I deviate from my standard build? Okay, so all of this is going to be covered with these. You know what we could do? The pillar's going to show us. Actually, yeah, I think we might use some pillars. I usually don't use pillars, but I think they have a larger radius that they support. No, they have the same radius. So I'm thinking about this the dumb way. So yeah, that is the same radius. So if we bring this up here, that is proper support for this area here. So we would need one there. We could put one there, or we could kind of space it out a little bit more. One there would handle that section. One there. Yeah, a beautiful outer wall that Nether didn't measure enough for. I mean, I based a lot of my measurements on the doubling of that wall, but we need to get this place roofed. So that's going to cover all of that. So this needs to cover... So we're talking one there. And then probably another one. So realistically, we're going to want one there. 2, 3, 4. I want one there. How long is this room? So much of this was planned on stuff for the future that we don't have in place yet, right? 39 long. Okay. I mean, that's like massive overlap. But I think that might be better than minor overlap. We're going to have to change a lot of this as we go. So, one there. And down here, rather than have that there, let's do just a little bit of measurement. So this would be 2 7x7s with the walls doubled, right? Now, if we were to do a third 7x7, that would put a wall there. Yeah, so this would cover out to there. I would almost barely sort it. So what I'm thinking is we put a wall segment there. Right? That gets us over to here. That gets us over to... Okay, so that doesn't quite handle it. So keeping in step with our pattern, if we put one there... Can't see it, but that one goes that way. That goes like... Yeah. So it's a little bit of an awkward build, and we don't quite have the materials yet, but I think that'll do. I'm going to let them build these walls first, I think. Yeah. We'll build those walls first. I'm going to build roof here. Wait. Did I measure this wrong? Let me just double check. Let me double check. This is 7x7. Okay, so the hallway's a little wider than I originally intended. I thought this was 3, so, you know, Nether didn't... Oh, I measured with the intent of having this wall doubled. This door should be 1 over. All right, things that we did that I'm not going to undo. Base will gradually change shape as we go here. The reason we got to roof this in, part of the problem with that battle, we're moving slow because we're walking on ice. We're on thin ice, as it were. And as such, with a snowstorm hitting us, snowstorm, walking on ice, our pawns are moving at a crawl. If we had this whole place roofed and the whole thing floored, we probably would have been able to... I'd say sea ice is pretty thick. Yeah. If we had roof and floor throughout this entire area, that fight would have gone very differently. Like, very differently. So that's why I'm trying to get this spot roofed in right away. You know what? Hang on. Before we make this, what if we plan on another 7x7 area? Maybe we don't... Like, we're not going to use all of these. But what if we just keep in step with our pattern here and put that there instead? That should provide substantial roofing capability and keeps us in a good spot as far as continuity across the board. We could always make one of these a prison, or just leave it open on one side. Like, we don't have to make this a full-on, like, separate room. We could just leave this side open and, like, make this like a little nook for doing cooking or something like that. We could theoretically move the freezer around. There's a lot of things we could do with this design. Definitely could have done math better with it. Is definitely something to think about. You have inspired taming, which we don't need. You need food, and you're going to need death rest soon. Nothing caught fire, no. We lost a stomach, but I think you were here for that. Yeah, you were. Okay, cool. So yeah, we're learning from our combat. We're adding roofs. We're gonna try and get flooring. The plan is to get the scanners down out here. So, in fact, let's look at that. It's under miscellaneous, right? Scanner, 150 steel, 4 components. I think it might actually be time to put down a scanner, guys. I'm gonna disallow it for just a hot second. Hell yeah! Congratulations, Tom. That's a big one. That's a big life moment. I remember when I got my driver's license. That was pretty crazy. So, if you guys want a fun story, I'll tell you the story about my driver's license day. So, when I went to go get my driver's license, I was actually interning at a recording studio. The name of the studio is Nevessa. If you want to look it up, don't ask me how to spell it. I think it's Nevessa. It's a smaller recording studio in upstate New York, which is where I grew up. And we'll make this a long story because we got plenty of stream to talk about it, right? So when I was in high school, rare thrumbos, hell the fuck yeah. When I was in high school, my school was trying to do this thing called the mentorship program, right? And basically the idea was that community members would offer to let kids from the school come and shadow them at work and teach them about the careers they were interested in, which is a pretty cool program when you think about it. The number one most sought after position to go and check out was to intern at the local recording studio, Nevessa. There were people that one had literally half the freaking students applying for it at all times. If you got one of those, it was literally they went through all the people that had the possible, they basically would go through everybody, and you had to be good and lucky in order to get that particular mentor program situation. But I applied for it and didn't get it. But one of the things that my family taught me, and I'm, as messed up as my family is, I'm still grateful for some of the lessons I learned, is kind of that never take no for an answer. So even though I didn't get in through the program, literally just started knocking on their door. Literally drove there, knocked on the door, and was like, hey, I love music. It's what I want to do with my life. I work hard. I'm going to be the best person to do anything you have me do. I'm going to be head and shoulders above everybody else. I'm not begging for anything. I don't want a handout. I am willing to work for it, but I am here and I want to learn and I want to freaking be a part of this. And they're like, it took me a while. Yeah, the school said no, and I was like, well, fuck the school. The school isn't the authority on this shit. They don't make the decision. The guy who runs the studio does. I'm going to the guy who runs the studio. So I knocked on their door, phone called them, knocked on their door until they were finally all right, come on in. We're going to give you a chance. And those fuckers put me through tests. They put me in the basement in the sweltering hot summer. And it's a wet cold in upstate New York. It is that moist, sap your energy, or hot, sorry, not cold. I'm looking at the sea ice. It is the kind of vibe that really sucks the energy out of you. Basement had no AC. There was an open door that led outside, so whatever temperature it was. And they sat me down with a bucket. I'm talking a full bucket full of connectors. And I never soldered anything in my life. Dude handed me a soldering iron and was like, all right, what I need you to do is go through every one of these connectors. I need you to unscrew this screw, pull back the shielding, and desolder all of these points, because we're going to reuse these connectors. They're good. The cable went bad, because when a cable would go bad, he'd just cut the connectors off and throw the connectors in a bucket, toss the cable, then buy bulk cable on a roll, and redo the connectors. I sat there all day removing stuff from the connectors. I can't remember, and he taught me how to solder it real quick. That's why it was desoldering, not actually doing the soldering, because he literally taught me how to do it that day. And I swear this is going towards the driver's license story. I swear this has a connection somewhere. So, I do all that shit. I handle business. I don't like, he's trying to see, like, do you actually want to be a part of music, or are you just one of those kids who says they want to be a part of something? I remember at one point, I don't think it was the same day, it might have even been after we had a good conversation, but I did also wind up resoldering the shit out of an entire circuit, like literally going through a board and like unscrewing a channel, desoldering these 3 points, and then resoldering these other 3 points to like what, I don't even know what I was doing. I think he was turning 2 12-channel boards into a 24-channel board by like resoldering, like legit, like, actual studio tech type stuff. When these thrumballs get in a good position, we'll probably take a shot at them. I did get called a unicorn in my game design program because I liked all the fiddly stuff that everyone else hated. Yeah, like if you're down to do the hard work, you'll get a lot of accolades from people. Anyway, so basically, he came to me and was like, you didn't complain. You didn't like 49 high explosive shells. Go fuck yourself. Basically, he was like, you proved yourself. You want to be here bad enough to do the bullshit work that nobody else wants to do. You're in. And he started teaching me, right? So that was pretty goddamn cool in and of itself. So I worked at that studio for a few years. The next year I actually applied again through the mentorship program to go back as a mentor instead of an intern. Because basically I was an unpaid intern. I just did whatever they needed. I hauled stuff. I moved stuff around. Like, legitimately just did whatever had to be done. All of the bullshit work. So I wound up going back the next year. Yeah, it isn't. Yeah, at that point it is like an honor thing. And so when I went back, it was weird because I already knew everything that everybody was doing because he had like a little curriculum done up for people going in through the program. All right, I need these thrombos to split up a little bit. Rimworld Empire reference, yes. Julie's up and about, right? Let's see what we can pull off with Julie. Let's get everybody inside the walls. Right? And actually, let's adjust the walls area. Like, son of a bitch, did every dog shit thing we put on him. He really wants to be here. Yep, exactly. There's something to say about showing how much you want to be somewhere. So we're going to do some trickery, try and get these guys shot up, because if we can get a handful of thrombo horns, speaking of, I was just about to talk about Bank. We could send Bank out to do some work if we can get these thrombos chopped up and in our lives. So I'm going to get Barb and Julie over here, and we're going to try and spread them out a little bit using the sleeping spot trick. So we're going to send Barb out here. I'll continue the story in a second, but I really need to focus because this is something we need to get. Yeah, so what I want to do is go over here. I just want to split them up a little bit, right? So we're going to go in the middle of them. All right, not there then. And we're going to shoot right here. And that, with any luck... Alright. Let's try... Okay, that got him running. Whole team? Maybe whole team. Be easier to get a few shots off on him. Actually, no. We'll stick with traditional style. We'll keep Ben over here to help with repairs, because Barb is a little upset at the moment. But let's get our A team over here. Let's get Julie to go get in this doorway. And we get you in. Just make sure nobody does anything stupid and wanders outside to go somewhere or something. Thrumbo gets confused. Door closes. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Main reason being, I don't want everybody in a shitty mood just from fighting the Thrumbo. We need more firepower, though. You guys are not doing anything, so I'm going to just bring over some of our people. Did you make Julie a bandolier, or are we low on materials for that? I did not make Julie a bandolier, no. I did make her a vampire, though. I also have an infection in my arm because of some sort of inflammation. I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna play it safe. You know me. I like to play these things on the safe side. So I don't mind taking a little bit of time to bleed a Thrumbo. We might not get all of them because of that, but. Death in 15 hours. So anyway, that whole story about the recording studio was a precursor to my story about getting my driver's license. So basically, I was working at the studio, and the studio has a remote truck. Basically, like, when they were going out to do gigs, they had a truck that had all sorts of equipment in it. Now, obviously, the A-tier equipment was in the main studio, but they could literally go on location with that truck, park in the driveway, run cables into wherever they needed to run them into, and basically have a full-on recording studio in the back of a truck. So, on the day that I went to go get my driver's license, I spent the morning helping them load up the truck, get everything ready, and by helping them, I mean doing all of the heavy lifting grunt work, as was my my specialty, of course. And I knew I had my driver's license scheduled for later that day. Boss man totally understood that. Was like, dude, I totally understand. If you want to come in and just help us get the truck loaded, and if you want to come and join us after you get done, you're more than welcome to come to the session. Right? Cool. So, did all the heavy lifting, did all that stuff, and eventually I did wind up on the payroll, by the way. It didn't take too long for him to start paying me. But I get all that work done for them. They're all set to go, and he's like, dude, so here's the address. When you get done with your driver's license, if you want to come join us at the session, that's where we're going to be. And sorry, it's hard to thrumbo and talk about stuff at the same time. Photoshop, go home. I don't even know why I have these people here. Everybody go home except Julie and Ben. And Ben is probably going to get swapped out for Barb here in a second. We probably should stop even fucking with this one because it's going to die in 7 hours, but... so anyway, I come back from my driver's license. I go over. They're all at the house because we were going to record at a house. I'll tell you whose house in a second here. And I go in, and I'm pumped. I just got my driver's license. I failed once or twice, so like getting it was just like that. Like fuck yeah, finally. Right. And so I get back. So I go meet them over at the address they gave me. And I'm like, okay, so what do you guys need done? What's on the agenda? And they're like, well, we got everything set up. All the wires are run. We're just doing the session now. Like, and I was like, and so my dumb teenager brain was like, oh, so they don't need me here, you know? Because I just got my driver's license. I want to go fuck around. I want to go drive. Like, I got my freedom now. Like, so I was like, fuck, I want to go out and do shit. I want to go into town, maybe go buy some CDs or something like that. And so I was like, okay, cool. Do you guys need me to be here? Like, and they're like, no. I mean, you're welcome to be here. It's going to be a cool session. You could help us, you can chill, learn a bunch of stuff and blah, 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 blah. Right. And so I'm like, so is it cool if I take off? I kind of want to go do some driving. My best friend is around. I want to go chill, hang out, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, yeah, man, if we got everything done. Thank you for all your help. You're freaking awesome. You did all the hard stuff this morning. We're all set up now. Thank you for being amazing, basically. I was like, all right, cool. I take off. Now, does anybody here know who Tony Levin is? Because it was Tony Levin's house. We were doing a recording session for Tony Levin at his house. And I had no idea who he was at the time. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And I, if you don't know who Tony Levin is, go look it up. Kind of a big deal. And definitely something I should not have skipped out on. So, me getting my driver's license, I thought it was more important to go out and be fucking around, driving, just doing nothing, literally doing nothing. It's not like I was driving somewhere to go do something cool or like whatever. It was just like, finally, I don't have to have my parents drive me to some like, drive me to everything. I can go and do my own thing. I can go pick up my best friend, go fucking tool around, go check out some stuff at the record store, at the mall, blah, blah, blah. And I was all about it. And now that I look back, I'm like, shit, man. That was a mistake. That was absolutely a mistake. So, yeah. That's my driver's license story. Man, how's Julie on her recreation? She's pretty well topped off. Now this door isn't as easy to repair, but what I think, how's Barb's needs doing? Barb needs death rest. How far off is Humph from getting up? Humph is 3 hours away from getting up. How's Ben's happiness and mood? Ben's got to top off his recreation. I need a repair person. Yeah, it was a whole thing. Like, I feel dumb. 87% grown. We're doing good on that front. Okay, I've got an idea. We're going to hold that door. We're going to grab Julie. We're going to grab Ben again. Actually, no. You know what, guys? Let's get you over here, actually. Make sure that door... Actually, yeah, door's not closing yet. Okay. I'd like to get at least one more of these thrombos. They're kind of spread out now, so we can get some work done. I think safest one to go for is this guy. He's a little bit far out, but we could take a step out the door and pop him real quick. That one's just going to bleed out over time. But yeah, no, it's... Anyway, it's not really any type of, like, crazy story or anything like that, but... Did this guy go maddened? This guy went maddened Manhunter as well. That might be problematic. Let's get in and try and, like... You know, let them separate a little bit. He might still come smack that door, huh? No. Okay, cool. Light them on fire, they'll run around aimlessly. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Julie's a vampire now, so she doesn't like fire. Yeah, we could take Julie. Like, if we're gonna set them on fire, we don't need Julie popping them. Yeah. Let's grab the incinerator. One hand done? Hell yeah. Now, the incinerator doesn't really have the distance is our big problem here. Like, Julie's got that sniper thing going on, so... Yeah, we need this place to be roofed and paved. The talent does. Doesn't seem like they want to burn. There he is. And it goes out. Nah, I think we're kind of better off with Julie, honestly. The damage is just not there with the fire. They don't stay on fire long enough. So actually, let's get Julie over here. How's Barb's needs? Yeah, we'll get Barb over here to do repairs. Wait, did I get him? Yeah. Like I said, we could bring more people over, theoretically. Like, let's get BD over here, because BD is not doing anything. Killer is also not doing anything. Oh, Humph is up and about. Good, good. At you with a clip in Rimworld for next break. Oh, this thing is right there. Stretch. All right, give me 1 second. Oh, good pop. Oh, good pop. Oh, yeah, that felt good. Thank you for the stretch, Sparta. Ugh. Okay. All right, that guy's bleeding good. We're just going to let him bleed. We'll keep Barb over here in case she needs to repair the door. But we'll go start bleeding one of the other ones soon enough here. Have you thought of if the desert playthrough is going to have any mods? I don't play with mods, Sparta. Like, if I do a modded playthrough of any type, it's probably just going to be for memes. I really like being the no mod guy. I think it makes the game very accessible from a content standpoint. So that's just kind of it's kind of become the way I prefer to play the game. Shit. Okay, we might need more firepower out here because I pissed 2 of them off. All right, that one's downed. So, actually, we'll bring the whole team. I want to get these downed a little bit faster here. Other than Humph, of course. Humph doesn't have a gun. But yeah, I'm not even sure how I want to do the desert playthrough. I do like the idea of doing a desert playthrough after this one, though, because, you know, kind of hit both of the extremes. I honestly feel like the desert playthrough is going to be considerably easier than this. No soul. Get back in. Run, 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 run. $11 hours is pretty freaking close to death here. Ooh, we could do a little peek move here. Nice. Bunch of good hits on that. Hey, Brupo, how you doing? Welcome on in. We dealt with a mech raid off the bat today, lost a stomach, and now we're door juking some thrombos for meat, fun, and profit. How are you today? Okay, he's downed. Other ones are over there, so best bet is to probably do them through the freezer. We'll let these guys bleed out, just so we don't have to like waste time. That's 3. How many are on the map? 5 total. Oh no, there's 4 up. Yeah, 5 total. So 1 is dead, 2 are bleeding, the other 2 are sleeping over here. Just, you know, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Like, I hope you can have some better times hanging out with us here, chilling. I hope that makes your day better and not worse. $8 hours. We're getting to the point where we could almost just straight take these sons of bitches. I just recently grabbed vanilla Helixian gas, and it's so convenient. Almost doesn't mean can. Almost. Yeah, as my dad used to say, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Old saying. I wrote a song about that when I was in a band at one point. My girlfriend just broke up with me. Someone told me you give good advice. I try. Breakups are always hard. I think one of the best pieces of advice, and I heard it from a cartoon, never feel bad about feeling bad. It's okay to have emotions. It's okay to be human. You know, so I think mourning the relationship is part of what you're going to wind up going through, no matter what. But at the end of the day, there's a lot more life out there to live. I didn't find someone that I felt. I didn't make real good connection with anyone until I wasn't even looking anymore, and it's a piece of advice that's very cliche. Everybody always says you don't find someone until you're not looking, and then you try to figure out how to not be looking, and realistically, it just comes down to like I don't even know. I think there's a lot more to life than just relationships. So if I would have heard what you said, it's always going to be tough. I'm not going to say you shouldn't be upset about it. I'm not going to say it's not going to hurt to get through. But what I will say is that life is going to keep going. There's always going to be more life to live type of thing. And now how far out can we get? Broke up with mine. If you want to hear what I say, I can. I think having good friends and community is something that's helpful when stuff like that happens. I also think it's important to remember that it doesn't mean that something's wrong with you. I think a lot of people take it as if, you know, like, oh, there must be something wrong with me. That's why my girlfriend broke up with me. But that's not. That's your brain being mean to you, is more or less what I'm trying to say. All right. We can actually kill Thrumbos, like, straight up now. Interesting. I'm not... honestly, as far as, like, specific relationship advice, I'm probably not the best person to ask. But... cliche... So, I think my best thing I could say is cliches are cliches for a reason. You know, there's all those things like life goes on, there's more fish in the sea, if it was meant to be, it would be meant to be. And cliches are not comforting in any given moment. It always just feels like, just shut up and give me real advice, right? But the reason cliches stick around is because there is a part of them that rings true. To quote Jurassic Park, life finds a way. One relationship ending doesn't mean you're not going to have relationships. And there's a lot of other things in life that you can find happiness in. You know, I got really into streaming and playing video games, like, on the internet. Yeah, it's going to hurt. I'm not going to lie to you and say it's not going to hurt. And I'm not going to say you should get over it. I'm not going to say you should, like, you know, not feel bad, any of that stuff. I think it's important to work through pain. I cry often. I'm not one of those people who's like, man up and don't cry. I literally mech cluster. Oof. Okay. Please. Yeah, going through the pain... Sunblocker? I mean, it's not an off-map sunblocker, but hey, sunblocker? So something I'm not going to worry about right this second, realistically. What else we got in here? There are no mechs here. I don't even see a mech drop beacon. I see 2 mech capsules and 2 Scyther farms. I see power generators. What do you mean power generators? Low shield, high shield. You mean unstable power cells? No, there's no unstable power cells. There's mech nodes, which are basically just free loot for deconstructing. There's 3 proximity detectors, and these things are going to make 4 Scythers apiece. I'm not overly worried about Scythers at this point. These capsules could contain anything. If they contain centipedes, that would be problematic, but I think for now we're not going to worry too hard about that. Although, where are those? Where is that prog? So you see this right here? See that right there? If we bring Bank back on map, it's 1,000% guarantee they walk on right there. Like 1,000%. So we might want to actually go out and handle this. Julie on her own couldn't do it. Hearing AoE in Rimworld is dark, man. What's up, Sauerkraut? How you doing? Welcome in, first-time chatter. I'm Nethercloud. Rimworld is Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Oxygen not included, Tuesday, Thursday. Saturday, currently, we're doing Hollow Knight. It's kind of a wild card day. Noon to 6 Pacific Standard. I always say the times when people come in. We're in the midst of our 500% sea ice, no traps, no killbox, no mods playthrough. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We might want to go and deal with this. Julie can't handle it on her own, and these mech capsules will spawn something as soon as we get over there. But beard stroke moment for sure. If we take any shots at anything, it wakes the whole cluster up. And the turrets are dormant still. But yeah, we got to. So what I was getting to is have made me feel like I'm the fault for everything when I really sucking my time and nerves and just everything dry. Yeah. With relationships, with whether it's romantic, platonic, family, whatever. I think it's important to realize that everybody is a person and that nothing is being done to you specifically. I mean, unless someone is legitimately just straight up malicious, like, I want to fuck you up type of thing. But that's usually stuff with relationships going awry. So it does suck, but you have to take a step back and balance the scales. Yeah. Okay, so let's get these corpses hauled in. I'm going to have Giggles punch this one to death. I'm going to put everybody back on work. I'm going to make sure that work doesn't have any weird zones in it. Like that one. I want to go get that spaceship as well. Today is an active day. Friday when we were playing, because I took Monday off, Friday when I was playing, we had very few combat situations, and we made a lot of really good progress. Today seems to be the opposite. Today is just all threats, no progress status. If you drop a grenade and then throw another grenade, will it all make kaboom? Nothing up here. We don't have any unstable power cells, so there's no chain reaction possible up here. Now, the Scyther assemblers are also dormant. We don't seem to have a countdown timer, so we can kind of deal with this in our own time. The big thing is we've got this low shield here, so nothing we do is gonna work with that low shield there. to the point where it's almost not worth dealing with. I want to bring Bank back on map, because we just took down Thrumbos. I'd like to convert Thrumbos to money somehow. You know, send like 5 Thrumbo horns is a nice payday, right? Not to mention the fact that we could make replacement clothing for a lot of our people that don't have Thrumbo skin, Thrumbo fur parkas and such. So I would really love to be able to get these off map. We had an experience really early on. You guys who came in after we started might have heard us referencing Tom. Tom was the original pawn for this playthrough. We dropped in day 1 with Tom. We got to a point where we had a real problem with food, and we had to go off map to go get food. We went over to one of the early game threats. There was literally one person there. We killed that person, hunted all the animals, butchered everything, took the meat back. There was a mech cluster over here. There's only a very small spot we could come in where that mech cluster would have been a problem. And of course, that's where we walked in, and that's when Tom died. Tom got shot up. Everybody else walked out of aggro up here and then just looped around the range on the turrets. But Tom wound up bleeding out. We couldn't get back over to him in time to heal him and get him sorted up. We didn't have vampires. We didn't have anything like, you know, good to get him out of there, so he wound up dying. We did smoke launcher crawl back in to get his corpse back out of there. And yeah, Brupo, I feel like everything I just said is absolutely not helpful, but hopefully it was at least a little bit helpful. You know, there's a lot of aspects to life, so getting caught up on any one bad moment is you know, it's not worth dying over, is more or less what I'm trying to say. You should feel the pain. You should, you know, we're all human, and I don't think, because the other option when it comes, like I say, you should go through the pain. The reason I say that is because if you try to avoid the pain, it will just fester inside you and come out in worse ways later. I tried to set up a communist colony, just provide meals, rooms, gears, etc. according to their capabilities. Now I know why Stalin is considered a dick. Fun fact, there is no such thing as true communism in real world. True communism only exists in books. In order for any type of political system to exist, it has to be enforced. And whoever the enforcing agency is not an equal to those they are enforcing the agency, the policies too. So any world, any country that says they're communist, they're not. A lot of people reference Russia or USSR, whatever they're labeled as now as a communist country. They're not. They're a oligarchy or a dictatorship. They have a upper class that forces the lower class to live as communists, meaning they're all equals, but they are all above, like there is a ruling class. So it's either a dictatorship or an oligarchy, depending on how you look at it. Same thing with America. America is not a democracy. First off, America never was a democracy. We were always a democratic republic. But the Electoral College even dictates that we are not in any type of control of our government. If at any time the higher-ups decide we made the wrong decision in a vote, the Electoral College is allowed to vote against the public's interest. Like, if the public decides that they want this, and the Electoral College decides that the public is wrong, they're allowed to subvert the votes of the public. So we don't live in a democracy. I would argue that the only thing that exists worldwide now is oligarchies. Our entire world is ruled by the rich. Which is a funny thing to me because we have never, as human beings, found a new system. We have relabeled old systems, but it has always, forever, been the same system. The people who have rule, and the people who do not have are ruled. That has always been what it is. Communism isn't practical at all. Neither is fascism. These ideologies were just used to control the people. With like yeah, exactly. Neither one. Communism literally cannot exist outside of a small group, and even in small groups, you do oftentimes wind up with hierarchies. If there's ever a situation where somebody can make a decision that affects somebody else's life, you're not in a communist thing. Communism is only a theory. Fascism can exist in real life, and does quite often in many parts throughout history. You could argue that in current stance. But my thing is, every system I've ever seen, they're all the same. The people who own things make the rules. The people who don't own things obey the rules or get killed. That is the only system human beings have ever been able to come up with that's been enforceable. I'm not saying that I have any ideas on how to make that better. In fact, that if I had to solve that problem even in a video game, I would have no idea where to even fucking start. But that's all we've ever done. I mean, we're trying at democracy, just people are kind of stupid. I mean, like I said, there is no such thing as democracy IRL, just like there's no such thing as communism IRL. Democracy, straight democracy, is everyone has an equal say in everything, and that's not how even the U.S. is laid out. The U.S. was founded as a democratic republic, but a democratic republic is not a true democracy. Our votes are not counted equally. They're counted based on all of the laws that our forefathers, quote unquote, put into place were based on land ownership. So it comes the more land you own, the more say you have. Now they did that on a state level, not an individual level. So instead of lords and kings, we wound up with governors and, small government in states. But it is still based on that. Now they tried to even that out by having one, the Senate and the House. So one is based on equal representation for the states. One is based on representation based on population. But at the end of the day, if you don't own... Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. They can gun me down if they want. I'm not. I don't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. You have to have influential power for people to give a shit. Otherwise, plus that's not the most effective way to deal with people who are against your political ideologies. Best way to deal with people is to destroy their name. Destroy their reputation. And I don't even have a reputation to destroy, so it's not like they're going to get anywhere. If you kill someone for speaking out, they become a martyr and bring awareness to the cause. But I subscribe to the idea that you should just not be an asshole. It's not an easy one, and there's no manual for it. I think empathy is an important part of any system. So I don't know. That's my rant on the whole thing. But the reason I talk about that is I had a friend, and she stopped talking to me because I told her that there's no such thing as real communism. And she grew up in Russia and was like, don't tell me, you can't talk to me about whether there's communism or not. You never lived it. Communism is terrible. It's like you didn't live in a communist country. You lived in a dictatorship, or an oligarchy, depending on what time frame you were there. Just because they call it communism doesn't mean it's communism. And she stopped talking to me. It's like, how dare you? And that reminds me of the Steve Hofstetter joke line. Haircut. I thought you were bald. Thank you. No, I've got a mohawk that I just kind of flopped to the side. Thank you, much appreciated. So all of that reminds me, I don't know if you guys know who Steve Hofstetter is, very famous for his crowd work. He's kind of like that guy you're like, this guy's an asshole, but in a fun way, right? And so he does this bit where he's talking about kids, and he's like, yeah, if you think about it, kids are less work than ordering a pizza. And everybody's like up and arms, no, let me explain. No one's ever accidentally ordered a pizza. And so many people laugh, but this one lady got really upset. Like, you shouldn't talk. You don't have kids. You should not be talking about kids. You don't know anything if you don't have kids. And a whole audience starts getting an uproar. And Steve's like, shh, I got this. So your argument is that I can't have an opinion on kids and parents because I've never had them myself, right? She's like, yeah. He's like, okay. I've also never flown a helicopter. So, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Well, I've never flown a helicopter, but if I see a guy crash a helicopter into a tree, I can say, dude fucked up. And I loved that. It's like, just because you haven't experienced something directly doesn't mean that you can't understand when someone does it badly. It is genius, right? But yeah, I always liked his comedy. Best way to control people is to narrow down their vision. What will a starving, uneducated North Korean do first? Find a meal. Yeah. Also, there's like the whole thing of like keeping people entertained. The something about circus. I forget the old thing. There's one thing that always stuck with me. I don't even know who said it, or if I just kind of came up with it or paraphrased it myself. Torture only works when it's tempered with hope. So you give people the hope that things can get better while you're simultaneously hurting them, and nothing will. They won't fix it. Bread and circus, yeah. Coliseums, exactly. You give the people something to entertain them, and the most basic of food, and they will. All right, I want to get Bank back on map. All right, guys, we're about halfway through our regularly scheduled madness. I'm full of coffee and water, and you guys know that we need to address the liquid in equals liquid out paradigm. So I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music, because he does the music for my channel, and if you guys like it, click over, say hi. I'll be on the Be Right Back screen. I'll put that up here in a second. We'll come back and we'll figure out what we're doing. I'm more engaged with talking than playing at the moment, but we'll sort this out. I think we got to send, if not the full team, we got to send somebody up to deal with this mech cluster. I think maybe I'll think about it. You guys think about it. I'll be right back from my restroom break. Get up, stretch, take care of your meat suits. I'll be back. We'll deal with Randy. See you in a second. Okay, I'm back. Sparta, that is absolutely fucking hilarious. I watched it like 6 times as I sat down and took a sip of my my drink here. Guys, if you want a good laugh, range offensive chuckable killstones or rocks. Okay, so let's think about what we got going on here, right? Yeah, and I love the way he cut that. That was such a good cut. Okay, so Julie's got her bolty, as per usual. Killer has got heavy SMG. Mila has got heavy SMG. So I think we gotta go handle this. Because I'm not bringing Bank back on map and getting him just shredded. Because I don't think it's technically coded this way. But it happens every fucking time. Every time a mech cluster's near the edge of the map, that's where the caravan walks on. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, but not particularly a fan. Okay. So all that being said, let's make sure everybody is well fed. Preferably on fine meals, since we've got a substantial number of them. Okay. Slept in the cold, so we got to get it a little warmer in here. Kind of the reason I want you to add a vanilla expanded weapons only for the rocks, right? Julie and Killer are always happy because of the lovin'. You know, you get a little lovin'. Doesn't seem so bad out there. Mila over here, pretty good mood. Barb really needs some bit of a mood boost. She still needs death rest too, but we do kind of need her in this equation. Ben was rebuffed, so let's get Ben a fine meal as well. Photoshop. What ratty apparel do you have? Steel simple helmet. Unfortunately, you're going to have to deal with that. BD. Minor pain, disturbed sleep, sleeping alone. Oh, that doesn't fix it. Well, we're gonna get you a meal as well, just for mood management. It is Randy, yeah. So you know we got to deal with his bullshit. We're gonna grab Soul a meal. I could definitely stand to rearrange this area a little bit. The fact that the nutrient paste dispenser here works really great for our normal stuff, but anytime I want them to eat a full meal, they come in here, grab it, and loop around. Maybe I should open this door when we micromanage the meals like that. Barb is grabbing a blood snack. Julie and Hump are solid on death rest. I really do kind of want Barb to come with us. She's got a good weapon. I think Killer is generally our best candidate for running the EMPs. Mila's not as good a shot, though. Maybe Mila grabs the EMPs. Well, we need someone to run EMPs and someone to run smoke launchers. So that's going to be a thing. So Mila and Killer are best suited to do that. Puts us down a little bit of firepower, but all right, let's have Mila. Let's have Killer, because well, is anybody less than a 9 other than Mila? Technically Soul, but Soul's also got a passion for shooting. I think we give Mila the smoke launcher. I think we give Killer the EMPs. Okay. I truly don't want to go out and deal with this. But if we don't go out and deal with this, we're not going to be able to bring Bank back on map. And not that Bank needs to come back on map, but I don't think we can afford to just sit here and wait. Some people actually did the comparison. Phoebe Chillax is actually the hardest storyteller, which makes no sense on the onset, but I'll explain. Yeah. Feel free to explain. I was playing against Phoebe. I tried to launch a three-person ship. If I hadn't been stingy with my medicine, I might have actually been able to pull it off. I let my doctor die to the plague because I was trying not to use some of the, like, fucking 100 medicine I had on hand. This really goes against my nature. I really, really don't want to have to go and deal with this. Do we go and deal with it? Yeah, Phoebe is boring to me as well. At the very least, let's move bank across the map. God, I don't think I want to go and deal with this just yet. Well, okay, let me think about this. We set up, we grabbed everything we need. Let's think about this tactically, right? So the low shield is here. We legitimately can't do much of anything with that thing where it is. So Phoebe basically exploits the lack of wealth management. You get complacent with even with experience and sends a major threat. Yeah, that is the danger with Phoebe, is that you have so much time to get ready for the next wave that you don't realize how out of control the wealth is scaling in your own colony. So that is definitely the danger of Phoebe. So the easy thing about Phoebe and the easy thing about Cass is if you know their schedule, you can exploit their schedule. When I was playing against Phoebe, I know Cass's schedule, and Phoebe is basically a stretched out version of Cass, so I can't remember the exact cooldown on everything, but for Phoebe, because I don't care about Phoebe. I will never play her again after that playthrough. Boring as shit. I'll install a modded storyteller before I ever play with Phoebe. But with Cass has an 11-day cooldown, right? Calculated from the first raid. So you get a raid from Cass. She's not allowed to attack you again. I think it's for a day and a half. I think it might be a day, but somewhere between a day and a half, right? So she can't attack you. So you have enough time to recover from that first raid, but she can double hit you. If she doesn't double hit you by day 5, because it has to be between 1.5 and 4.5 days that she hits you the second time. So if it's been 5 days since the raid, it means a second raid is not coming, which means at day 5, she's on her 11-day cooldown, so 11 minus 6 is 6. Or 11 minus 5 is 6. So if you get hit and now it's day 5, you have 6 days free. You can literally take your entire colony and walk them off map. You could take every single person, all of your animals, all of your riches, and leave and come back. And as long as you're back before 6 days passes, 11 days from the time of the first raid, you won't miss. There will be no major events on your map. There might be like a single maddened guinea pig or something like that, or some like weather, but no major events. And if you don't see a raid by day 5, then it means she's already on cooldown and she's not going to double tap you. So you just, from the raid, you wait till 5 days later. If you don't get raided again, just go and do whatever you want. You've got plenty of time to do whatever you want. Haul corpses in, go on a caravan, whatever. And Phoebe is a stretched out 8 days IIRC. 8 to 24 days. Okay, yeah. Randy, however, does not have forced cooldowns like that. Randy can hit you every half a day. Every half a day, he could be mech cluster. 12 hours later, siege. 12 hours later, huge tribal raid. 12 hours later, but he's random. So sometimes he just goes to sleep, because if he consistently hits you, he wouldn't be random. You know, he'd be aggressive. That would be more like the modded storytellers like Igor and Vader or Winston Waves. So I'm really not a big fan of doing this. I don't want to go handle this in the field, but I also don't want to leave Bank off map. But Bank being off map doesn't matter because of his body situation. I think we just, you know what? I'm going to play it safe, at least for a little while. I know I just had them eat a bunch of food, so that, you know, that totally goes against what I was doing. But we're just going to chill. This is, and snorting all the drugs known to man. Yeah. We are playing against Randy, and on something like Sea Ice, it can be... Cass can actually make Sea Ice easier, because it's regular food deliveries. She's going to send human raids more often. Those human raids, if you have cannibals or an ideology that supports cannibalism like we do, can absolutely mean that you get more or less regular meat deliveries for your people to chow down on. So it's in that, but also in that regard, you only ever have that little bit of time, right? Last stream that we were doing from this world on Friday, we had almost no combat. You either starve or you don't. Yeah. There's a joke that another comedian, I forget his name, does. He's like, you know, when I was younger, I used to do like the full head turn when I was driving, you know, 360, check every direction, make sure nothing was there. Then I'd put my blinker on and check again. I'd merge over. He's like, now my neck hurts too much. I'm getting old, so I just merge. I don't even check anymore. There's a 50-50 chance. Either there's a car there or there's not. Just like, like, that's so fucking terrible, but so funny at the same time. What we could do... Alright, hear me out here. 220. What do we need for this? 150. We're going to let our batteries charge a little bit, then we'll have them smelt down the slag we've got in here. I really want to build this. I really do. I also want to get these walls up, but we don't have any good materials. Huh. $150 from... So yeah, I think... Alright, let's check on our... Yeah, we would have to bring this out a bit. So maybe from here down to like here, that'd be a lot. Alright, I want to check something real quick. So it is 1, 2, 3. So we can have a 4 distance gap, which is what I know, but you know, always double check. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this would have to be here. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32. We would need 32 steel for the wire. And we would need 150 steel for this thing. So we can afford to put down our scanner. Only issue being, if this wall gets broken down like it did before... Send it in Rimworld about Randy in Discord. I'll check it out later. We could put this scanner down and start scanning. The problem is, if we go through combat like we did before, where things get into our base, this thing's going to get smashed. So we have to be in a place that we can actually make good use of it. Actually, I'm going to forbid that door. When I leave this door unforbidden, they tend to walk out here and just mill around and then walk back in. What's everybody doing? Wandering. Everybody is wandering. So here's our choices. We get the scanner down, or we have Killer make 2 more guns. And I'm not going to lie to you, 2 more guns sounds very appealing to me. I think Scanner's got to come after guns. I'm going to reconnect this bad boy. This is set to Killer. We're gonna make 2 more assault rifles. 7 components apiece, 14, 60 steel. Now I have all that memorized. Killer is a production specialist, because if we can stop using SMGs, I'd be very, very happy. I don't know that I'm ever going to get rid of Julie's bolty unless we get a better bolt action. She's been doing a lot of really good work with that bolt action through this entire playthrough. So, there is that. Oh, Bank, where are you? Ah, damn it. Make sure everybody is... I want him to stop over the tile. It's not a high priority building. Can we make a better one? What do you mean? Gun or scanner? All right, we're going to tell him to rest right there. And he shouldn't move. And he doesn't need to eat. Right. That's a good question. Can we make a bolty here? 60 steel, 3 components. We might make her a better bolt action. I like the bolty because it loads faster than a sniper rifle. And it's got more range than an assault rifle. Why your pawns never get crazy? I mean, they are on big piece of ice, forced to be inside house. Drugs. We grew just enough drugs to keep them happy. We bought a little bit of beer. It looks like the beer is out. We're growing some psychoid over here. We've got some joints that we rolled. So that, and we also have them on a biphasic schedule. So their sleep and their recreation is almost always topped off. If you have someone who has recreation fulfilled, like satisfied is 5, fulfilled is a plus 10. Well rested, keeps their mood up. The other thing is Killer and Julie are the happiest colonists because they're married and they get lovin' because they're in a double bed. Killer is hands down the happiest because they are a cannibal by trait, not just by ideology. And they're wearing some human leather. And so that's making them extra happy. Yeah, drugs and eating people, but eating people is mostly Killer. Exactly. Photoshop is upset about their simple helmet being tattered. So that's something we might try to sort out here. It's a good steel simple helmet, which is considerably better than putting on some sort of other thing. Let's go through our gear. It might be worth it to chop up these thrombos. The problem is the thrombo horns. The horns are a lot of fucking wealth for what they are. You suck at schedule.
This guy handles whatever Randy throws at him.
Oh, thank you, Quickdraw. Thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate that. Every time someone does something like that, I always say monetary support's always appreciated but never required. Ever since I got sick like 5 years ago, I haven't been able to do normal work. I'm mostly healed up now, but I can no longer go back to a lot of my old stuff that I used to do because it's very physically demanding, and that would really screw me back up. So streaming has been the best thing for me, between meeting the community members and making friends and just being able to put my time into getting good at a game that I love has been wonderful, and I've gotten a lot of support from you guys, so I do really appreciate it. Sauerkraut, I recommend checking out Adam vs. Everything's scheduling guide. Not really, Brupo. See, about 5 years ago, I have diverticulitis. If you guys don't know what that is, it's a genetic condition, but it can also be brought on by other things and other factors. Basically, there are weak points in my intestines that can kind of bubble out or pop, and then things like seeds or nuts or hard to digest rinds can get stuck in those and cause an infection. So you gotta watch what you eat, which you guys know I'm not the greatest at. And about 5 years ago, I got one of those infections, and when I wound up in the emergency rooms, the doctor was literally like, "We have never seen a diverticulitis infection this bad." I grew up dealing with a lot of both physical and emotional pain. So for me, I can just put pain out of my mind until it's so extreme that I can't handle it. No offense. I tried, I slept. You can't. So, what do you, how am I not dead? Oh God. It's by the skin of my fucking teeth is the answer to that fucking question. So, over the past 5 years, it was about 4.5 years, but it's been about a half year since the last surgery, which was back last December. So throughout the course of about 4.5 years, I had 6 surgeries on my stomach. They went in. They couldn't remove the infection because everything was so inflamed that my intestines were sticking to my bladder. And if they'd have tried to cut out the bad part, they would have ripped my bladder. So, and I can talk about this now, but at the time it was a point of like real like stress and shame for me. They disconnected me and put me on a colostomy bag. So they cut my intestines and pulled them out through my stomach. So I was using a hole that wasn't intended to go to the bathroom into a plastic bag. Then I went in for them to do the next phase of it. Yep, more or less I am literally a rim colonist. I've had myself pulled apart and put back together. The next surgery was to go to the next step, which wasn't fully reversing that. They went in and did a partial reconnect. So I went from a colostomy to an ileostomy, and basically instead of cutting it in half and pulling it out, it was connected but bent outwards. So it was a weird transition. Not really sure why that works the way it is. I think it's basically so that your reconnect has time to heal while you still don't have to use it, and then after that they take you off of it. Eventually it did get reversed, but not before I had an emergency situation, because between not being able to use my stomach the right way and all of the painkillers they had me on, because opiates will cause your intestines to stop working at full capacity. They will slow them down and make them fall asleep. I wound up with a knot in my small intestines. So in the midst of getting my large bits worked on, they had to go in and chop out a piece of my small intestines. Then eventually they reversed it. After they reversed it, like a week or two went by, and I woke up with my side basically ripped open. It broke, it ripped back through, and I went to the emergency room. They had to go in and do emergency surgery again, back on the colostomy bag. Then I finally found the guy, like the specialist, the one who does all of the hardest shit. Somehow got to him, literally went into his office, and he was like, "Look, you came to the right guy, but before I can say yes to working on you, I need you to understand how fucked you are." And he went through all of it and got me mentally prepared and everything. And then last December, we went in and handled it. There were plenty of trips to the emergency room for dehydration. After the last surgery, you can see there's like a small spot where I came back to streaming and then I had to stop again. It's because I got pneumonia. It happened while we were playing Riven. His doc, 15 medical with burning passion. Yep. That's what I found. More like 30 medical double passion. Yeah. It was pretty intense. And so I've told that story a couple of times. We were working our way through the Myst series. We played the first one. I think we knocked it out in 2 play sessions. Really great game. I remember it from childhood, not being good at it. So to go back as an adult, it was really fun. When we went to the second one, I kept getting sick. and like I would play and then I would be too sick to stream for a little while. Then I'd play and I'd be too sick to stream. Turns out I had pneumonia and an infection in my PICC line. A PICC line is a more like permanent version of an IV. I've had 2 or 3 of them over the last 5 years. It basically goes in your arm and the tube goes all the way up into your chest. And I had multiple times where I didn't eat food. All of my nutrients and liquids, I wasn't allowed to eat or drink even water. All of my nutrients and liquids came through my arm. And that line that was feeding me got infected. I got pneumonia. I had an infection. They had like full on the infectious disease doctor coming in and monitoring me along with the surgeon and all of the other people. At the end of the day, I had to make the call. Like they were trying to figure it out. I had gone through this many years ago. The first time I got my very first bout of diverticulitis, it wasn't nearly as bad. But I did wind up on a PICC line for a bit and it got infected. So I knew something was wrong. And in the back of my mind, I kept going, it's the PICC line. It's the PICC line. So at one point they were like, you know, they're going back and forth. The doctors don't want to make mistakes because if they make mistakes, they get sued. So at one point I said, you're taking the PICC line out today. And they're like, what do you mean? We didn't approve that. I was like, I don't give a shit what you approved. I'm my own advocate. I decide on my health. The PICC line is coming out. If you don't pull it, I will. And they're like, well, hold on. I'm like, no. I make the decisions because at the end of the day with the healthcare system, you are the one that makes decisions. Doctors can only make suggestions. And most of the time you want to follow the doctors. But I made them pull the PICC line out. And within 24 hours, I was pretty much back to normal. So I was right. It was the PICC line. There were other things going on. The PICC line lowered my immune system and caused the pneumonia. But yeah, so that was back in January because my surgery was in December. And that's one of the reasons it was really difficult for me to get through Riven as a game. Every time I came back to it, I got sick again. And this utterly sincerely, I mean, no ill will, but like, brother, by all intents, you should be dead. Glad you're... Yep. No, I agree. I do not take any offense to that. I absolutely should be dead. I had a lot of people ask me, like, how did you have the strength to go through that? And my answer was always, I don't have a choice. Like, you don't have a choice going through that. And that's something that I don't think a lot of people understand or have experienced. Your only choice is, do I get up and do it today? Or do I kill myself? And I do not advocate that. I've been through the most horrible thoughts, darkest places, but I always say if you're not going to die, you got to try. So I got up every day and tried because there was no other option. Like, there's just no other option. So I did it, and we're back put together now. Me or death, I'm picking me, exactly. So when I'm asking you guys to redeem squats and hydrates, that is the health situation I'm dealing with. I need to be hydrated so that my intestines can stay nicely moving. I need to have reasonably decent health, even with my weight, because that's the thing. Doc wants me to lose some weight and get more hydration because that's going to help with my stomach. I had a knot in my own small intestines as well. Doc was low-key horrified. Yeah. Did you have it cut out, or did you... Because sometimes the way they deal with that... Yeah. Sometimes the way they deal with that is they put you on a continual stomach pump. They stick a tube up your nose down into your stomach and decompress your stomach by continually pumping all the fluids out. And sometimes depressurizing it can untangle it. I had one of those when I came out of surgery and I couldn't handle it, and I actually ripped it out of my own face. I'm pretty good about making my own decisions about my health. Okay, I think once we get this gun, we might actually have to go and sort this out. That sun blocker is going to cause problems for us. Also, I think we need to get a little bit more roof here. So we're going to go... We're going to be a little bit conservative about how far out we bring our roof. I have no idea what they did, but they patched to untie me. They patched me up. It was stress-induced in no small part thanks to my ex-girlfriend. Yeah. It's amazing what stress and mental state can do to your physical health. They are very tied together. As I said, I got the guy, so to speak, for surgeries. And one of the things he said is like, I need you to make sure you're on top of your mental health. I'd like you to find a therapist, do this, do that. And I have had an impossible time finding a therapist I can get along with. All right, we need to get these up. So I'm going to make these out of steel. I don't want to, but we're going to make these out of steel. Shit, where were those? Damn it, I already forgot. Should have left one in place. It was here, right? I know it was in line with these. Was it here? Actually, why don't we keep our measurement system going here? I have no, yeah. So yeah, that's the long and the short of it. When Brupo was like, "You can't work," that's why. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. That goes there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what? I kind of like that idea right there. So what does that sort us out with as far as spaces? So that creates a very awkward one. Honestly, though, extra support is cool with me. So we're going to let that be a thing. My mother, unfortunately, kind of has the empathy of a bulldozer that has an actual rocket strapped to its back into a wall, so no therapy for me. Yeah, therapy can be very helpful. I did have a therapist for a little while. I got a lot out of that therapy, but he was a rough fit for me. He was helpful in a lot of regards, but at the same time, his specialty was relationship stuff. And he was very obsessed with how sex and relationships interact, which was not what I was trying to do. I was very much about my own personal journey, and he kept asking me about relationships and like blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, I am not even considering the idea of dating or any of that stuff. Like, I need me fixed. Like, I am the problem right now, and that's what I need to work on. So that whole bottom left could be massive royal room. Yes. We've definitely got to have some royal rooms and stuff like that. I deal with it with nicotine. It's not perfect, but it's an okay band-aid. However you got to cope with life. There's a lot of pain in life, so however you got to cope with it, you got to cope with it. Okay, so I'm going to let them build those pillars. We need lights out here, though. Unfortunately, and I might go with standing lamps because they're going to do a lot more work. Flood lamps are too much power. I don't want to spam them, and we don't have a lot of spots where they can connect to power, but yeah. Okay, I'm going to let them build those walls before we do anything else. Helixian gas flood lamps would be perfect, right? Just out of curiosity, did my brain actually... No shit. That's funny. Okay. They use next to nothing. Yeah, makes sense. Do they already have the steel over here? They do. We'll replace these eventually with something else, but we need roofs in here. Obviously not over the scanner. Maybe over the scanner temporarily, but... and thank you guys for having conversation with me. We obviously we game, but we also take care of each other here. This community is very much about kindness, understanding, support, taking care of each other type stuff. I know it can sound cheesy, but at the same time, I think that stuff is important because of what I've gone through and what other people in our community have gone through. We're going to start Barb death resting. Maybe we'll deal with the cluster after Barb wakes up. Right now, Mr. Ben is our main builder. I think they're sleeping as well. Killers. We do have slag to smelt down as well, so we might be able to get a few other things done. I'm going to discontinue growing heel root in here after this batch. We'll keep growing psychoid, I think. We might stop after this batch. I like to go back and forth with the batches here because I would prefer not to have to use any of our meat in our nutrient paste dispenser if at all possible. We've got a ghoul that needs to stay fed. We're not guaranteed meat. Now, we've got plenty of thrombo corpses, but I'm trying not to butcher them up until we've dealt with this mech cluster. Because if we butcher them up, that's a lot of wealth from the thrombo horns and everything. So, okay, let's do our roof zones. So, definitely good there. I'm going to do this little at a time. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We're good. I'm tempted to put another wall segment here. Not gonna lie, I've went through a lot of shit. But you guys did help me at least keep stable, because I started watching when I was still dating, shoved her off to bed, and I just like locked in on something I enjoy. That being running my mouth on every mechanical detail I can to help the person in question playing. Thank you. Fear cluster. No thank you. Whatever that is, no thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the community who have said that coming here has been helpful for them to get through their hard times, and I'm really glad I could provide that help. It is not the you know what? We're gonna roof. We're just gonna do it. I did the measurements. Let's just do it. The problem is it's going to make that dark in here. You know what? For now, I'm actually even going to roof in the scanner. The darkness is not going to be helpful, but you were unknowingly helping. That is all I needed. Hell yeah. I'm glad I could help. If anybody needs help and support in any way, whether it's, you know, live in chat or, you know, if you don't feel comfortable there, you can always message me. Once I get done with stream for the day, often I am pretty, like, tapped out on energy, but I will try to answer and help as much as I can, in any way that I can. I've told the story many times, and I'll tell it again, but I'll tell it right now. Again, I apologize if anybody's hearing it on repeat a million times, but when I first started streaming, I was just doing Minecraft. I had a day where one person was in there watching me, literally streaming to a single human being. They were chatting with me. We were hanging out all day. And towards the end of the stream, they were like, hey, I got to head out for the day, but I just wanted to let you know that I've dealt with depression my entire life. I've gone through some of the darkest times. I've been hospitalized because of, you know, suicide watch and all this stuff. And having you here today kept me away from all of those dark things. Because of you, I had a really good day, and I just wanted to thank you for that. And so that was the moment I realized that streaming is not only good for me and good for... I love gaming. I love talking. So running my mouth and gaming are two of my biggest talents, I think. So in my mind, I was able to help someone that was going through a lot of the same stuff I was going through, and that meant the world. And that's the day I was like, all right, I'm always going to stream for the rest of my life, no matter what else happens, because even if I never make any money doing it, I get to help people, and I get to help myself. New lovers, what do we got? Photoshop expert and Grump. All right, so we're gonna have to get some double beds and some vasectomies going here. If anybody's curious why we're not worried about our off-map pawn, it's because he has body mastery. Doesn't need sleep, doesn't need food. He's just going to chill there forever. We've been sending him back and forth in caravans. He got jumped on Friday. And somehow managed to not die. Not really sure how he didn't die, but he didn't die. So, I mean, it was BaitBot. BaitBot did a lot of the work there. We were able to position ourselves, even though we didn't have control over BaitBot, we were able to position him with BaitBot between him and the Raider. The Raider aggroed to the bot, and they both had terrible shooting, and our guy got luckier. I can relate to that story a lot. Like, most nights while I still was dating, you guys just kept me sane, because as much as the pain is cropping up right now in my mind, because unfortunately, despite my rational brain saying no, I still do love and cherish her, but she was going to kill me mentally or legitimately by pushing me into self-delete. Yeah. I don't, to go back to some of that stuff, I don't talk to any of my blood family. I haven't in a very long time. They were just toxic for me. So no matter how much you love somebody, sometimes it's just not good for you. Sometimes it's just not good for you to be around those people, whether it's family, an ex, someone who used to be your friend. Yeah, and what Barb said, I'm also very sorry to hear that. Ben, let's build the pillars first, my dude. All right, so we got a masterwork assault rifle out of that, which is kind of exactly what we needed. Oh, those aren't pillars. Those are lights. Either way, it was good to build those. So we've got a little bit of light out here. It's not really enough, but at the end of the day, something is better than nothing. God, there is so much that I want to get done, but a lot of it really is dependent on bank. Now, the thing is, we could fire mortars at this thing, right? We have a couple of EMP mortars, so we could use those to get through the high shields. Problem is we don't have a lot of mortars, so we can't fully mortar this situation down. And because of the low shield... which I don't know why it's dots now. The low shield really hoses us, because the best angle to come at this thing with that low shield is probably from up here, which is maximum distance from our base. The positioning of all of the pieces of this mech cluster is why I'm hesitating over here. Well, I am back and had a wonderful day. Hell yeah, Killer. You deserve it. You've been going through some heavy shit with your move and internet guys jerking you around. So I'm glad you had a good one today. Welcome in. I had the mental fortitude to not self-delete, but I was repeatedly for months always playing. Yeah, I mean, we all go through heavy shit, and we've all dealt with some of the darkest thoughts out there at one point in our lives. I think that's a very, I don't want to say common, but it's a commonplace thing, I think, right? Thick snow. So, you know, I never do this, but... we need to get this snow off of here. This is really... this is quite the pickle here. If this low shield was over here instead, and we could kind of get inside it on this side with a smoke launcher, it would be a completely different story. But the fact that we have to get so close makes it extremely difficult to handle. Also, shit, we're about to run out of... speaking of chem fuel, let's get this bad boy on. We definitely need chem fuel here. How much chem fuel, and what are we going to make the chem fuel out of? I think we got to make it out of rice. Gonna need 2 of those. Stretch and hydrate. Those are things I can do. Oh, snap, crackle, pop. Oh. I did fully check everywhere in my room for my my metal drinking glass and couldn't find it, so we're sticking with the jug. And Killer redeemed a squat. Okay. All right, we got all the stuff. We just went over the doctor story, so now you guys know why. So I'm going to try and do it with the hands close to the chest. Okay. And so now you guys have heard all the stories of the health problems. This is why we have the squat redemption, why I've been asking everybody to hit me with hydrates. Drinking water and doing exercise is something that I have always had trouble self-imposing. So, pull-ups when I'm done with my nails. Pull-ups or push-ups? Okay, so let's tap that. And then we're going to let Killer... well, not everybody... Killer, other people can do it too. So let's get this smelter on. Make sure our slag is set to do forever. Smelt metal from slag. Yep, it's all on there, so they should be doing it. Push-ups, yeah. It doesn't matter to me. You know what's funny? The snow is less of a speed debuff than the ice. Alright. So officially, I don't give a shit. They walk at 52% in thick snow. They walk at 48% on ice. Insanity. We might have to do a little bit more chem fuel smelting. But I also don't have a core and arm strength to do a pull-up. Yeah, I can't do a push-up at all to save my life, so... Alright, that's full, that's not. Got to keep these chem fuel generators on. They're providing both heat and power to our base, so... I want this thing off map. I just don't know how to deal with it. I mean, we could leave somebody behind and have them drop an EMP mortar on it, possibly. See, the biggest problem with this is that this thing has some substantial range on it, right? So... we're talking what? What is the distance on this? So if we look at our tool here, we're talking about a 44 tile range, basically. It's a little shorter on the right side because it's centered down on the left side, so you always want to approach it from the right. 44 tiles. Julie's bolt action is a 37 tile range. So we would have to get, you know, we would have to get into at least here, around here, just to have Julie get in range. We don't know what's going to come out of these mech things. I legitimately don't know how we're going to deal with it, quite honestly. So, you know, guys, what's my problem on the physical capability level? I can do all of it, push-ups, pull-ups, and sit-ups without issue because of what kind of muscle I have. The worst cold thing for traction is ice with a thin layer of water on it that won't freeze because of the air temp. Yeah, I grew up in, I'm not in Canada like you, Aya, but I did grow up in the Northeast in upstate New York, and yeah, I've definitely dealt with my fair share of ice problems. Alright, it looks like all that slag is done. So we could get that off. What are we looking at with steel? 125 steel. Do we try to make Julie a new bolt action? Make her like a better one? Or do we succumb to giving her a assault rifle? I really do like her bolt action has just been fantastic. So an assault rifle has a range of 31 versus the bolty, which was 37. So it's an extra 6 tiles. I think having someone be a sniper is a good call. Not like physically intake enough food, metabolism. It turns into other in me. Where does it go? Fuck if I know. I have the ability to intake enough. Gotcha. Yeah. In order to build muscle, you need to intake enough protein to grow that muscle. Our festivals are almost ready to go as well. Like, so much of my brain is like, we should just say fuck it and go up there. The other part of my brain is like, we should just say fuck it and bring Bank back on map. Neither one of those is a good solution. Turret shield enough to worth mortaring. The turret is technically still inside of the low shield. The curve here, I don't know why we can't actually see the full-on curve of it. Charging. Oh, so it's down right now for 8 hours. This would have been a good time to go out. I was like, why don't we see the actual lines? Because it has a downtime on its charge. 7 hours. Yeah, we can't get up there quick enough to make good use of that. Maybe we wait till it goes through another charge cycle. An ideal situation would be that something comes on map, like a normal raid comes on map that prepares for a while. We mortar the mech cluster with an EMP and an explosive shell back to back. The raid aggroes to the mech cluster, they sort themselves out, and then we deal with the cleanup. But we're dealing with Randy, so there's no really guaranteed time frame of doing anything. No matter what we do, though, we really do need to wait for Barb to wake up. She's got 2.7 days left, so we just got to kind of keep on top of our food and make sure that our people are just chilling till then. Yeah, you've got a high metabolism. At one point or another, metabolisms usually wind up slowing down, but yeah, it's when you've got a super high metabolism and you're trying to work out and stuff like that, it can be very difficult to put the muscle weight on. Alright, we got to get that on there. Wait, hang on. Actually, hang on. No. Never mind. We'll just expand the ghouls area. And go like that. And then we'll put this back to preferred. Killer Jam! On a watch streak of 105 streams. That's awesome, Killer. Yeah, we've known each other almost a year now, huh? Oh, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate that. Like I said, every little bit counts, and monetary support's always appreciated, but never required. My metazolam just says, fuck you, I'm processing you. Sober in an hour from hard spirits. Over a year on July 21st. That's crazy. Time flies. Time flies. Okay, let's speed this up just a little bit. On the plus side, since it's a sun blocker, our vampires aren't going to have to deal with any type of light sensitivity. On the other side of it, we're going to get mood debuffs on everybody for being in darkness all the time. So, you know, all of this is kind of just a double-edged sword across the board. We seem to be making more and more people into vampires. I would definitely love to get Mila a new stomach. As you guys said, we can't really give her a nuclear stomach. The only way we'd be able to give her a nuclear stomach is if we turned her into a vampire as well. Because vampires have non-senescence, so they can't get cancer or any of the things that nuclear stomachs cause. Not a hard drinker. Where are our blood bags? Our blood bags are, they're doing good. They're just chilling right here. Their mood is garbage, but doesn't matter. I just really... It would have been great if this mech cluster... If we would have been able to bring Bank back and then do another caravan with the Thrumbo stuff before the mech cluster dropped, that would have been an ideal situation. Obviously, we plan and Randy laughs, but it kind of sucks that we weren't able to capitalize. We got 2 Mind Numb serums sitting on Bank off of map, and they're never going to break. It's amazing to have a body mastery pawn because of that. But at the end of the day, like, if we can't get him back on map, it's not going to be useful. We need to be able to get the good things back in and send off the stuff we're not using. If we're not converting general wealth to tactical wealth, we're not making progress. Thank you for lurking, Killer. Appreciate it. Thank you for always coming in and being here so often. But yeah, my metabolism is just stupid, and I've actually tried to overload it. Little shit proverbially lasts. Yeah, enjoy it. You know, I hate to sound like an old person, but enjoy it while it lasts. Eventually, everybody's metabolism slows down, so... You know, the grass is always greener on the other side, right? Like, you have a high metabolism, you're like, damn it, I wish I could put weight on. You have a low metabolism, you're like, damn it, I wish I could take weight off. So, swings and roundabouts, as Francis would say. Yeah, we need to make some stuff happen. Okay, so let's take a look at this now that it's probably back on. In 8.2 days, it'll charge for 24 hours. This one is going to be in 4.8. So, in theory, in 4.7 days, we could drop mortars on this without it being a problem, without the high shield causing issues. The question then comes down to, we've got 125 steel. As crazy as it sounds, I think we might want to make that into mortars. We're going to need to butcher one of these thrombos soon enough. Alright. Ready to harvest. Where are you at? After you finish that, let's get you, Switching over to rice has been so amazing. Yeah, we're going to need to make just a little bit more chem fuel. Even if we don't mortar this cluster this moment, we are going to need to make some more mortars, and we're definitely going to need chem fuel for our generators. So this is such a weird playthrough. I know I keep saying that, but I'm just like, I'm not even sure what's going on anymore. I'm just at that level of like, I'm just like my grandfather. That man at age 55 was 132 pounds. Post-military, the alcohol killed him after a long time, but that bastard always seemed sober. Yeah. I know some cats that are like that. We'll micro hump into getting some of this planting done. And if any of you fellow logistics lovers out there are curious how Dyson Sphere program is going, I had a really good night of getting stuff organized last night. I'm one of those people who likes to have things really well sorted. I think you guys can tell from the way I play Oxygen Not Included. I will take my time to organize my main base in any playthrough before I go out and do crazy shit. I guess even in this as well. I often don't go out relic hunting until I've got a massive team of people and I can afford to take the time. So last night I spent a bunch of time hemming and hawing about how I want to reorganize my planet, and I started playing the shuffle, moving stuff around. There's a bit of irony though in the fact that I dated my girlfriend. Any idea why? No. Was her metabolism low? Read above. Read above. What am I reading? Oh, was she an alcoholic? Is that what we're talking about? Did I miss something from Blue? I feel bad if I missed one of Blue's. All the best people seem to be traumatized in some way. Yeah. I think trauma teaches you humility to a certain extent. Like, when you've been through the worst, you tend to have the empathy of understanding other people's pain. Don't stress, Blue. No stress at all. How much rice do we have? Enough to swap this again. Slow and steady wins the race. Where are you going? Consuming hemogen? Cool. I've been really on micromanaging these guys because when I leave them to their own devices, they just do not replant this fast enough. Humph and Barb are the only ones planting, and that's plenty of planters to do this, but between the scheduling we have set to manage their mood and the fact that Barb is down for death rest, I need to kind of micromanage this a little bit just so that we make sure that the food is a priority on planting. I'd like to be able to not have to dip into our meat supplies as much as possible to keep our people going. You're not dumb, you were catching on. The hint is that I'm just like my grandfather. My grandmother was similarly crazy in her young age. Gotcha. Yaks join. Well, well, well. Free meat. And I think I have... Where is Julie? Julie can get a 4. And we can put down a caravan spot. Let's say like right there. Let's go to Julie. Let's unrestrict her, but keep an eye on her for sure. And have her... Have her rope the yaks in. Yep, free meat. My issue with the free meat is that we can't butcher anything without increasing our wealth, and we can't get anything off map if we can't bring our trading caravan guy back on. So, yeah, let's do them one at a time, sure. In my experience, I just force harvest all the rice as soon as the sun lamp turns off. Let them plant during the night, then let it grow. Eventually, all the rice will be at 100% grown perfectly timed as the sun lamp turns off, and I harvest again. Ooh, neat. I don't mind it being a little bit staggered, but, you know, I just... most of our people are set up to be shooting specialists. We really leaned hard into getting combat pawns because there's not nearly as much work. And it's just between battles and death rest cycles and all that stuff. It's been difficult keeping on top of it. Fuck it, let's get that mech cluster. We need Bank back. I'm kind of getting there myself. We're basically waiting for Barb to wake up for that decision. Humph is good on death rest. Julie's good on death rest. Barb will be up in 15 hours. I do think we kind of need to do something about it. The other thing we could wait for, and I think might be a good day, we might want to wait the 7.2 days for this low mech shield to go down. I think that's kind of what we have to do. Otherwise, we're going to have to put ourselves in a bad position to deal with it. So, yeah, but if we send them out to meet Bank Blue, then how do they get back on map? You know what I mean? Like, anybody we send off map has the potential to come back on map inside of this proximity detector. So, it's... Yes, we could drop stuff off, but anybody who leaves can't come back until we deal with that cluster. So, I think we give it until the low shield goes down again. I completely forgot that mech shields have a charge period, right? So I think we wait until the low shield goes into a charge period again. And then we go over there with smoke launcher and EMP grenades. There is the concern of what pops out of those mecha... What are they called? These things, the mech capsules. If it's centipedes, we're gonna wind up having to blow another chalk lance charge or two. At this point, though, I'm not sure I'm that worried about doing that. We get the, you know, why collect the weapons if you're not going to use them? In a lot of my early playthroughs, even up until a couple of playthroughs ago, I was way too stingy with my weapons. I would just not use them. I would just not use them. Oh yeah, it's permadeath. Oh wait, shit. Something I just realized. I left Julie unrestricted. That's not a good idea. I play permadeath, no traps, no kill boxes, no mods. No save scumming, no nothing. We are just straight up if we die, we die. This deep in, we might go and do another playthrough and then come back to Sea Ice. I don't know. I feel very good about this playthrough, but we are one bad misplay. We are one blunder. At any given time, we're one blunder away from losing this run. We are not at the stage of overwhelming firepower yet, although having 8 people, 7 people with assault rifles, and somebody with a charge rifle is a pretty good position. No, I play with pause. I could not do no pause. It's not just because I don't think I could handle the difficulty of doing no pause. It's because the way I interact with my chat, the way my brain works, just everything about it is not a comfortable thing. The mech cluster is up here. We didn't tackle it yet. We're waiting for Barb to wake up, and we're going to wait for this thing to go on recharge. In 6.6 days, this thing will be on recharge. We'll bring the team up. We'll position ourselves probably somewhere like right here inside of a smoke launcher situation, and we'll start pulling this thing apart. Whatever comes out of these is our biggest scare because they're gonna pop the moment we attack. These are dormant, so we don't have to worry about them assembling scythers. As long as we can handle whatever comes out of these 2 mech capsules, we should be able to clean this all up without these scythers assembling, and the turrets themselves are not going to be a big deal. Are any of these Inferno turrets? That is an Inferno turret. We cannot let the Inferno turrets fire at us. Inferno turrets hitting us is death. Fabrication bench? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that. What about the fabrication bench? We don't have fabrication yet, I don't think. Nope, because we haven't put down the multi-analyzer. Heavy, 250 watt, 200 steel, 12 components, 2 advanced components, work to build 84. Yeah, I'll try and remember that, Blue. Machining bench. What's up with the machining bench? Oh, that felt good. What are we looking at, Sparta? Okay. Gears are turning in your head. Okay. Okay, fair enough. High explosive shells require 15 and 15. I really think we might want to get some more high explosive shells in the mix here. How much steel do we have? So 5 of them would get us, would be 75, which is a pile, leaving us with 50. Add bill, what do we get? We got a lot of stuff. Ranging from high explosives, simple helmets, flak chests, shield packs, bolt action, sniper rifles, heavy SMGs, the whole shebang. Are you thinking sniper rifle? Is that what's stewing in your brain? $45 tiles. Sauerkraut, the source of steel is basically smelting down weapons and other items that come in from raiders, scrapping mechanoids. Occasionally you get meteors. So like all the plasteel for our base came from digging out this plasteel chunk over here. You can trade for it. We did roll until we got a map where we're on the ice sheet, but we're on the closest ice sheet we can be to the land so that we can get over to our allies over here and trade with them. Or smoke shells. So So this thing has a range. You'll see that it's centered on the lower left tile. So if we look at this, that's 44. We would have to be... I think we could theoretically stand there with a sniper rifle and hit it. But I'm not sure, because we might have to be close enough to hit that, actually. So we might actually have to stand right there. Smoke shells would have a larger cloud, but they would also require us to spend the resources to make them. Yeah, I think I'd rather go with the smoke launcher, honestly. Just because it wouldn't cost us materials to make. The reason I want to make high explosive shells is even if we don't use them right now, they could very much come in handy in the long run. Smoke launcher is not very far, so you do have to crawl. It can shoot up to 24 tiles. 1.9 miss radius. Aiming time 3.5. I'm not sure if it tells you how many tiles. I think it's like a 3-tile radius. I think we can technically sniper. So... So remember, part of the problem is the positioning of this low shield. We can't sniper this until that low shield is down. And the moment we sniper this, it activates these assemblers. And if these assemblers are allowed to complete, that means that's 8 scythers we got to deal with. So I'm going to hear you out, because I love suggestions. I do think our best bet is to wait for this thing to go into recharge mode. Get ourselves positioned somewhere about like right here with the team, surrounded in smoke. Whatever's in these capsules we'll have to deal with. So if it's something big and scary, we're going to have to shock lance. I want to check something on the assault rifles. 31 tiles of range. Yeah. We can come up here a couple of times. The big deal is getting these... Whatever comes out of these is the problem. The turrets themselves, not a problem. It's just that if we smoke here, these things see past that. And I do think smoke breaks the line of sight so you can walk away, but that's always a risk. We could EMP mortar the shells. I'm just... Resource-wise, we've got, what, 3 EMP mortars? And they don't stay down forever. The EMP will wear off, the shields will come back up. When this thing goes into recharge mode, we should get a 24-hour window that we can go up there and fuck with it. But yeah, feel free to keep throwing ideas at me, because my idea is basically we wait a little bit longer. We could make a sniper, bring our whole team like right here, and see if Julie can trigger this with a sniper, and then from there from there we'll have enough distance. Yeah, we might want to make a sniper. Yeah, if this was any other playthrough where we had access to plenty of chem fuel and steel, I would literally just line up like 5 or 6 mortars. Put 5 of them on explosive, 1 on EMP, allow the EMP to fire like a second or 2 before the other ones. The EMP would hit, the other 5 would drop on them. We could then drop another like 5 to 10 explosives before that EMP wears off, rinse and repeat. We mortar the whole fucking thing down. Whatever comes at our base, we deal with at our walls. That would be the traditional method for dealing with this situation. But we're not in a traditional playthrough, so... I think Sparta's right about making a sniper rifle, though. I think it allows us to position a little better. Yeah, let's make a sniper. I'm going to pause before I do it because I don't want anybody to accidentally take the spot before Killer does it. Make a sniper rifle. Killer. Reconnect. Making sniper rifle. Excellent. It at least gives us some options. On a playthrough like this, it's good to have options. Yeah, we would need at least four mortars, like the building, the steel mortars, or plastic, whatever. We would need at least 4 of these to make it worthwhile. And even then, it's like your window doesn't stay open for long enough. Like my ideal number of mortars is 6. 1 to launch an EMP, 5 to shell the fuck out of them. So that would be my ideal situation. But, you know, we're not talking about ideal situations here. Barb is up and about, which is good. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to butcher the yaks. Because I'm a little nervous about the amount of food we have here. Is this our... That's entities. This should be animals. Okay. Let's butcher up the yaks. Julie can pop marksman command, and combat command is from Barb, so we can offset the smoke. Yes, that would be the idea. So yeah, we'll make a sniper. We'll give Julie the sniper. If the sniper works really good, maybe she'll like just be our sniper from now on. One of the big problems is, given how much the snow and ice affects movement speed, positioning anywhere open field is extremely risky. Marksman command and combat. What did I miss? Excellent is 100% on both long and medium range. Yeah, I did. Sorry, I read that. I just didn't acknowledge it. I apologize. 100% doesn't actually mean 100%, though. It will still miss sometimes. It's a little quirk about the game. We're going to get the yak beef loaded onto the shelves for our ghoul, and we're going to unzone the human meat shelf. I know that sounds backwards, but Killer's a cannibal, so... Yeah. All other factors equal, the gun will hit, but it will factor in smoke, it'll factor in the shooting ability of the pawn, it'll factor in a lot of things, so... I'm holding for about 6 days. 5.9 days I'm holding for. So you hit me with all the ideas, Sparta. Do we have any leather for the bandolier? We just butchered some yaks. We can make a bandolier. If I could find the goddamn thing. I do remember you saying that increases accuracy, so might could want to do that. Make heavy bandolier. Outer, torso, adult. Range cooldown multiplier, -20. Ooh. Ooh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. 100%, let's do that. Let's let him finish the sniper first, though. We're gonna go with leathers. Yeah, shooting speed is definitely gonna help with a sniper rifle. Okay. So we're learning our min-max to the extreme with this playthrough. This has been, for anybody who's new, this has been kind of what we've been doing. I've got a pretty good handle on how to deal with a normal map, but with all the help of Sparta and Blue and everybody else who's been coming in here who's also a Rimworld player, I've been learning a lot of the more finer points to the game. There's a lot of stuff that you can learn about this game That is insane. In shooter terms, it speeds up the reload time. Yeah. Snipers take a long time to fire, so increased speed for reload is very good. What is this? Fox meat? Just a bag of bullets, basically, right? Yeah. That makes sense. All right, Barb is harvesting. Yeah, we're gonna have to knock out another chem fuel. You know what? Swine can wait, Humph. You're a good warden for wanting to feed your prisoners, but they can get a little hungrier, in my opinion. We really do need to get those other 4 hydroponics down as well. If we can handle this mech cluster reasonably soon, that's a lot of free steel for us. Not free, we got to work for it, but that's a good source of steel, that mech cluster. So my biggest concern with going to deal with it is that if we go to deal with the mech cluster and another raid or threat spawns on the map, we are way too far out. And that will get very dodgy very quickly. So, you got to take risks on sea ice, though, so... Because the way they're scheduled, it's going to take them too long to get to it, sauerkraut. We don't have a lot of farmers. Humph and Barb are the only ones that farm. They're also the only ones that feed the prisoners. So they're prioritizing feeding the prisoners. Sea ice really does boil down to a lot of micro. If we had a few more, if we had these other basins up, I'd probably let them just do it in their own time. But it's one of those things where we don't want planting to be the highest priority, but we do want it to be the highest priority. So a lot of times it just boils down to micro being more important. Because they aren't doing it on their own right now for some Well, it's twofold. Our 2 farmers are also our wardens, so they are prioritizing feeding the prisoners, which we need to keep at a high priority because they're the only reason our vampires are able to keep their hemogen up. The other thing is we have them on a biphasic schedule. This is making sure that our mood is good for when we have to deal with combat, but it will minimize the amount of work. If you have a larger map, it'll minimize it even more, but this is like a nice balance on biphasic. You can also go triphasic. Randy himself on stream. Welcome in, chicken. Yep. Actually, you kind of hit it on the head. When I got my first victory against Randy on 500%, I cut my hair like this. The next day I was cutting my hair, and I was like, I was just messing around. When my hair gets all bushy and grown out, sometimes I'll mess around and just like while I'm in the mirror make weird faces and do little like, different things. And I was like, fuck it. And I like shaved it into a mohawk, and I was like, you know what? I've earned this haircut. So that's what I did. But yes, welcome in, first time chatter. I'm Nether. I stream Monday to Saturday, noon to 6. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is our Rimworld days. We do Oxygen Not Included on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And Saturdays are kind of wild card day. Right now we're doing Hollow Knight, but we're probably going to bring Satisfactory back once it releases in September. And if I finish Hollow Knight before then, I might do some Dice and Sphere program streams or any number of other games that I've got sitting in my thing. The sniper. Which a little funny because from the model, this sniper rifle is 308 or 7.65 times 51 bolt action sniper rifle, presumably with an 8x magnification. So the fact it takes 3.5 seconds to shoot is hilarious. You know a lot more about sniper rifles than I do. I've shot some guns before, but mostly 22 rifles and shotguns, a little bit of handguns at the range. As I've mentioned many times, I grew up pretty redneck, so we oftentimes like took the old Halloween pumpkins down to the field and shot them, sometimes with explosive targets. A lot of guns in game dev have to be balanced for the game, not for realism. Yep. Okay, so... let's get the generators refueled. It's more hilarious than 10 guys never needing to poop, right? In Oxygen Not Included, you do actually have to have bathrooms. And if you don't have bathrooms available when they need to use the bathroom, they will make a mess. Make a mess. In fact, sometimes you do it on purpose because the polluted water you get from them making a mess can be valuable. You can use it, you can purify it for clean water, or you can let it off gas for polluted air if you're low on air and don't have another way of doing it. Grump. I think Grump.
A wise choice.
Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Echo, how you doing? Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. I've been working real hard at doing this this nonsense. So, okay. I think we should also butcher up one of the thrombos because one of our shooting specialists is not going to deal well with the cold out there. So we'll butcher up a thrombo, and we'll make them a new parka. So. Let's go in here. We're going to clear all. We're going to go Thrumbo Fur. We're going to do X times. X is 1. Killer's the only one set to Taylor, so that'll be fine. And I'd kind of like to make the bandolier out of Thrumbo Fur as well, if at all possible, so... we might end up butchering another one. That horn... the horns are what gets me, though. Good sniper rifle. Alright, let's get Julie into a sniper. What was... oh, welcome in. Thank you for following. I really appreciate it. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday for Rimworld. Tuesday, Thursday is Oxygen Not Included. Saturday is our wildcard day. We're doing Hollow Knight currently. We do other stuff. Factory games, story games, whatever. Noon to 6 Pacific Standard, all of those days. And thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. I've been working very hard at streaming, putting all of it in. I treat it as a full-time job. We went over earlier how I've been in and out of the hospital for a long time now. So streaming has kind of been the only thing I've been able to do while I've been sick. Even while I was sick, there were times I couldn't even stream. I just couldn't even get out of bed. So I've been trying my best to really make a good go of this. And so any support is always appreciated. Follows, subs, donations, cheers, encouraging words. Monetary support's always appreciated but never required here on the channel, though. At all, and I think I will enjoy this place. I enjoy RTS games, and I can tell you are doing well, and I am sorry to hear that. Yeah, no stress, no stress. I got through it. We're doing all right now. I generally, when it comes to combat, I often play this more like chess than an RTS. I do tend to pause quite a bit. I don't play no pause, but I like to come at things from a very strategic way of thinking about it. So hopefully we're going to go into combat with this mech cluster as soon as this low shield looks like it's getting close to recharge. Completely forgot that recharge was a thing. Otherwise, we would have tried to go and deal with it sooner. I've seen vanilla weapons expanded. I mean zero offense by this to anybody out there who plays modded. I hate modding. Like, for me, I hate modding my games. I do not like modding. I have tried playing different games modded. I used to play with very light mods on Rimworld, as far as like color-coded mood bars, which is now baked into the vanilla game. I've tried a lot of different things. There's a couple of things I don't like about mods. One, they're never balanced. There is always an exploit. Oh, you were talking to Aya. Sorry. Didn't mean to go nuts on you there, but yeah, I'm not a modder. I will almost always play vanilla. If I was ever going to mod this game, I know you're talking to Aya, but now I'm on a whole rant about it. If I was ever going to mod this game, the first thing I would consider doing is actually modded storyteller. The mechs are really annoying at times, and I don't blame you on hating modding, because some of the mods can ruin a game or change it too much to where it's no longer the same game anymore. I know where you're getting at. Yeah, okay, cool. Rimworld has the best modding community in gaming. Most of them balance around vanilla. It's not fair to compare it to anything else. Really, chicken? I mean, go watch Francis's modded playthrough. Francis John's modded playthrough, and tell me that because all he did was vanilla expanded weapons and vanilla expanded psycasts, and then the void storyteller, and you can break them. Like, I'm not saying the mods are bad, and I'm a very big proponent of you should play the game the way it makes you happy. You can definitely do full conversions, turn this into like a Viking game or a Norse game or whatever, but mods are they're just not good for me. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that being overpowered isn't bad. I'm not saying there aren't mods that make it harder. Like, some of the modded storytellers are almost impossible to play without mods, or even actually impossible to play without mods. Yeah, psycasts are a little broken in general. I can't wait till we get some psycasts. We'll be less likely to have problems once we do. Like vanilla expanded framework, even without any of the stuff that it supports, vanilla expanded framework actually changes the game. I don't know if you guys know that, but when you're going to set up your playthrough and you can add factions, the vanilla game doesn't allow you to add every faction, but if you have vanilla expanded framework, you can add one of every faction without going over the maximum factions. Comes with entire trees of psycast to openly choose from, and meditating increases your psycast level. Yeah. Oh, I watched Francis's entire modded playthrough, and he exploited the shit out of vanilla expanded psycast. Mods are fine, but I still games like vanilla Rimworld or vanilla Skyrim or Stardew is something else. So it's not just that I'm being a little unfair saying that they're all unbalanced. Some of them are pretty well balanced, but so the likelihood of them not being balanced is pretty high in general, but there are some that they do strive to make them balanced. Another one is mods are not guaranteed to be supported because it's people voluntarily doing their things. So mods can cause game crashes. If you get reliant on a mod and there's a game update, a lot of times the mods will break and that'll ruin your playthrough. And the other reason I don't do mods is because as a streamer, it makes the game more accessible to play vanilla. If I play vanilla, people can come in who just got the game, because new players love to come and watch streamers to learn from them, right? So if I'm playing modded and somebody comes in like, oh, I just got the game, what's up? I want to see what's going on. And they're like, oh, how does that work? It's a mod. How does that work? It's a mod. How does that work? It's a mod. Okay, let me go find someone who's playing the same game as me. You know what I mean? Like, so as a creator, vanilla, I think, serves me better. as a player, I don't like my worlds to get broken. No, I used to use Rocket Man and a few other performance mods. From the 1.5 update, they did a massive number of updates that dramatically increased performance. I haven't had to use the performance mods since 1.5. We did a full anomaly playthrough, no mods, including no performance mods. We had 30-something pawns, 5 ghouls. I feel like there were a couple of other things, a couple of prisoners, massive base. Game ran fine. So those would be the ones I would add in. If I was going to mod, it would probably be performance mods. Yeah, everyone's fun is different. I agree with Aya on that. And as far as the whole, like, art being respected thing, art is art. It doesn't need to be respected. I'm going to disagree with you there, Sauerkraut. Art, I grew up in an art family, and I played music most of my life. Art is for you. Now, if you're talking about selling art, that's a different thing. But selling art doesn't make you an artist. Doing art makes you an artist. And whether anybody ever looks at your art does not nullify the fact that you are an artist. Finding 2 is the must-have. Vanilla pathfinding is garbage. I mean, I gotta agree that pawns do stupid stuff, but I've learned all the pathfinding things. That's why you see some of these doors forbidden. I know what they're going to... When I first started playing, I did get light modding going. One of the ones that I loved at the time was Don't Block Door, because I hated the fact that colonists would just drop random shit in a doorway and lock it open. But I was like, why is this a thing? This should be absolutely baked into vanilla. But I don't use it anymore. If I was playing no pause, maybe I would put in a few things like that, like Don't Block Door. But with pause... You pause, you set up a zone, and you haul it. So, it's going from perspective that I like single item, like vanilla weapons, is actually like very balanced, like stupidly balanced, but we can disagree. No, of course, of course. I don't need to agree with someone to like that person. Everybody's got their own opinion on what fun is, and it's a single-player game. I think we've talked about this a lot on this channel. If you're playing a single-player game, there's no need to stifle yourself by playing a way that someone else says you should play. The game is for fun. Even if you're playing multiplayer games, it doesn't matter if you're playing vanilla or not, in the context of the community. If your community all agrees that they want to do this group of mods, then they agree to do that group of mods. If, you know, the community agrees on... you know, this exploit is okay, but this exploit's not okay, then that's cool too. But in multiplayer games, it is more about the community and what your play group is interested in. In Magic the Gathering, we talk about that as Rule 0. Rule 0 is you can create whatever rules you want for your play group. If you're playing Magic and you don't want any infinite combos, that's a Rule 0. Hey, guys, infinite combos aren't fun for this group. We don't play infinite combos. You know? You know me and options. Yeah, of course. It's not breaking my game. In fact, it makes it more interesting for me from perspective that I like single item. Like, I have more options. Everyone's fun is different, and that is fine. Yeah, exactly. Some people like to go into games and put on God mode. Just invincible, all ammo, all guns right from the get-go. They just want to go in and feel powerful and destroy and blow up things and like smash through walls, kill hundreds of enemies all at once, and that's fun for them. And if that's what's fun, you should do it. I played Doom on God mode a few times. I went through it a few times. I don't ever think I ever beat it without cheats. I never beat Doom 2 without cheats. That was when I played. I didn't play much of the original. And there were plenty of times I didn't know what to do with myself, and I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to go into God mode on Doom and just blow up a bunch of demons. Like, why not? Let's go. And that was a good time, you know? But for the most part, I generally try to keep things vanilla. I think the fact that my Minecraft world that's long-term has just a few mods on it is part of the reason I kind of, not got bored, but kind of, like, fell off playing it. They're not even crazy mods. It's just, like I use the armor stand mod. God mode is, for me. I just sleep. Yeah. Trend of story modes in RPGs and such. Yeah, we're not taking a fear cluster. 9 soldiers to kill 6 wasters? How bad are you at your job? What is your issue, Asiak? My issue is starting this game in particular on like a hard difficulty. Starting is the hard part. Eventually you get to raid cap and you outscale. On 500%, raid cap happens about 250,000. So we're kind of just shy of halfway to raid cap. And then getting to a comfortable point and being like, okay, leave me alone. Yeah, because you do kind of get attached to a colony, right? I think when you lose in the first couple of hours of a game, it's not as bad. Like, we lost an attempt at this in the first hour or two when we started this, and it was no big deal. We just restarted. If we lost now, after getting up to 10 full-time pawns, an off-map bank that has body mastery, and a tough ghoul with almost a full hydroponic setup, if we lost now, I really, it would be a kick in the teeth. I wouldn't go back to a save or Alt F4, but it would really suck. It's not a bad way to do it. Otherwise, you have to cheese your wealth. Torn between wanting that difficulty and being an absolute care bear. So, a story for... I mean, I've told this, but we've got a bunch of new people in here. I've done peaceful playthroughs. Not on stream, but there was a while where I was like, I just want to farm and build a cool settlement and chill. And so the way I set it up is I went and looked at what all the peaceful settings were, and then I looked at all the losing is fun settings. And I set the game to losing is fun, and then took out all of the threat stuff. So all of the crops, disease, weather, all that stuff was losing is fun difficulty, but there were no raids, there were no giant manhunter packs. Occasionally there'd be a maddened animal, and I did forget to turn insects, deep drill insects off. So, and I had a lot of fun. I even posted a time lapse on YouTube. There's a link to it in the Rimworld channel. I loved it. It's so much fun. I just built. I was all about the story. I used Prepare Carefully. I actually used a mod to adjust the relationships. I rolled pawns, and what I wound up getting was 2 pawns that had a military background that I made man and wife. So they were mom and dad. They retired from the military in both of their backstories. So I went in and edited their relationship so they were married. Then I rolled 3 pawns. I picked... I forget what it was, but the max I wanted it to be at the time was 13 or 12 or something like that. And then I rolled until I got a pawn I liked. And then whatever age they were, I set the next roll to a year lower than that using Random Plus. And I did that until I had 3 other pawns. So it wound up being 3 female pawns. And so it was mom, dad, and their 3 daughters, retired from the military. The story that I told was when they retired from the military, they had trouble adjusting back to normal civilian life, found themselves estranged from what the world had become, so they decided to set out on their own into the wilderness with their daughters and build a life for themselves. We had stuff happen like the wife's brother drop-potted in, and on any normal playthrough, I would have just executed them. Depressive, not really great at much, so I would have absolutely got rid of them on a normal playthrough, but I was like, well, that's her brother. That's Uncle... forget what his name, Uncle Perry or something like that. We can't let him die, you know? That's not what our colony is about. Funny thing is we shortly thereafter, we got a quest to make some clothing to get an Impid colonist to join. Make a bunch of clothing, deliver it, and if you do, this person will join your colony, that type of quest. And I kind of microed it just a little, to try and get them to get into a relationship, and eventually they got married. And the genetically depressive impid with the character trait depressive were the happiest people in the colony because they got so much loving and had high opinions of each other, and then they had a couple of kids themselves, so they were like this super happy family. Even though they were all predisposed to be depressed, they were supremely happy because of the things I set up. I did a lot of ranching, so we had plenty of meat and food. We definitely had some harsh winters, so I had to make sure to manage food. My creepy joiner got mad and attacked a turtle, then died of blood loss after the turtle whooped that ass. Every time there's corpse obsession, they dig him up. Oh my god. Yeah. Corpse obsession is a thing. Alright, 3.4 days. We do kind of need to power along here. And I got a creep joiner whose organs are melting. Yep. We had a couple of creep joins in this playthrough. One of them we denied entry to our place. They wound up having a metal horror. There was a whole thing where we had them actually go out and do some of the like combat on their own. And then we had another creep join for a terrible pawn, but they were an unnatural healer. So we used unnatural healing on Barb, and it grew her toe back, but she wound up with a flesh tentacle. A little while later, we wound up getting Barb a new, bought an Archotech arm, and trained up one of our other people to be good enough to install the Archotech arm. Barb was a terrible pawn to start. We kept her because she was the ex-lover of one of our first pawn, and we had already taken a mood hit because I accidentally butchered his son and didn't realize they were related. So I was like, fuck it. We can't let this one die. It's going to absolutely tank the mood. We'll keep her. She's got good construction. The metal horrors are one of the greatest threats of this game, I think. Yeah. A lot of people are absolutely terrified of them, and rightfully so. But trapped underground. Oh my god. Everybody's upset about being underground. Okay, so is everybody trapped underground status? Yeah, pretty much across the board, huh? Okay. Everybody. Well, except for Barb. You upset about being trapped underground? Let's run laps around the backyard till everybody's happy again. Giggles doesn't have to. You got an idea? Photoshop! What's coming in? What's going on? Sorry, Photoshop's coming in. Photoshop's a really great artist, guys. If you want to see some of his stuff, he does post over in the art section of our Discord. Does emotes and stuff like that, so go give him a look. I like to shout out everybody, even if they're not also streamers, so... Serious pain on Julie, why? Oh, old gunshot. Yeah, that'll heal eventually, Julie, I'm sorry. Had to rebuff killer. Trapped indoors. Trapped indoors, so we're not trapped underground anymore. Hope you're alright with Ani. I'm doing alright with Ani. Punching his demons to death. Hey, Nether, I got an idea. Sorry, I just read that. Sorry. Darkness, sleeping alone, stuck indoors, -1. Yeah, we're gonna change up what we're doing in Oxygen Not Included. We're actually going to start a new playthrough tomorrow. It's gonna be a Frosty map again. I'm considering disabling the spaced out DLC. Darkness meme? Yes, I've thought about doing that. The sun blocker is on map, which is an unfortunate location. I would prefer for it to be an off-map threat to go darkness, but it could definitely help. All right, everybody should be reasonably good at this point. So the problem with... You know, we might want to. We can't reform at the moment. What I would say is, let's see how this goes. We won't automatically destroy the sunblocker, but if we can destroy everything else without damaging the sunblocker, we might leave it and wall it in and go darkness. Get a sunblocker with the darkness meme now. If you have the darkness meme, sunblockers will not spawn off map. It's hard-coded in. You cannot get a sunblocker. The only way to get a sunblocker and have darkness is if you're fluid. You can switch into darkness meme once you've gotten a sunblocker, but you cannot get a sunblocker if you have darkness. Might just balance it a bit. One great game when it first came out, when that wasn't a thing, and just basked in the darkness. Yeah, so I think it really depends on how this cluster goes. If we can, because the sunblocker is right next to a turret, right? So if we take this turret out and it explodes, or if we go to shoot the turret and we've got too many stray bullets that deal with it, if this thing gets knocked down to a small amount of health or gets destroyed accidentally, we're in a situation. I've kept an on-map sunblocker before, but at the time I had the materials to wall it in real thick. We put like a 2 or 3 layer wall around the goddamn thing, just to make sure it didn't get fucked with. The biggest problem with only having an on-map sunblocker is if you have to do anything off in the world, you're going to take a major debuff to combat, because they need to be in darkness. Otherwise, it's the opposite, right? Like, when it's normal and they go into darkness, they get a combat debuff. It flips when you have darkness. If they're not in darkness, they get a combat debuff. So most of our stuff is on map, yes, but let's say our caravan guy, when our caravan guy goes out, he's not going to be able to hit the broadside of a barn with a not be able to hit the broadside of a barn with a rocket launcher. I think you can hold any festival joins for a bit, right? We need to get that mech cluster off the map. We can do festivals. We've got 10 out of 20 points, so it's pretty much impossible for us to hit reform at the moment. So realistically, it comes down to how this assault goes down, like as far as how much health this thing has left at the end of the assault of this mech cluster. And then at that point, do we want to leave it until we've done not only our current rotation of festivals, but the next rotation of festivals? We would have to leave this up for an entire season without having darkness, and that's if we were able to get a decent number of points. It might actually be a half a year in game. No, I think sorry, I already read that. So I don't think we're in a position where we can keep it, but we'll see how it rolls. There's a small percentage chance that we might, depending on how it plays out. If it plays out so that the sunblocker itself is not damaged very much, we might do our rituals and see what kind of shape we are with reform points at that point. BD, really? Go back inside. We should keep the sunblocker intact, and let me explain my rationale unless you... No, we were already talking about that, Sparta. I'm going to try to keep the sunblocker intact when we do the assault, but as I was just saying, there's a turret here. If that turret explodes, or if when we're attacking it, we get too many stray bullets, this sunblocker dies. But yeah, I think it could be a good thing to keep. Okay, we've got more psychite than we need. I wish we had enough to build a keg. I'm going to switch this back over to rice because we've got 15 psychite and we just did that. Also, I want this harvested because I want to switch the heal root out as well. Would it be worth to carry some steel up there just to make some walls? I don't think so. Because the turrets are no big deal. Smoke launcher means we don't have to worry about the turrets. The only thing that's a possible pain in the ass is these mech capsules. Because as soon as we aggro this situation, these mech capsules are going to open. If these mech capsules are anything that we actually have to worry about, walls aren't going to help us. We're just going to need to shock lance them down or use one of our low shields. So at that point, it really doesn't matter. Build next to the turret. What do you mean, like right here? No, I think just 5 to wall between the turret and dark thing. Oh, I see what you're saying. We can't see all these proximity activators? If we step even the tiniest of toe in there, that thing triggers. Sparta, we're holding. We're holding for at least another 2.5 days. And I might take another quick restroom break here before we do this engagement. We will handle this mech cluster in one way or the other today, even if we have to go late. So the smoke launchers won't stop the proximities. The smoke launcher will stop the turrets from being able to lock on, but they won't stop the proximity. So there is that. You know what? I don't actually need these plans here anymore, and it's kind of driving me crazy. Extra active, you can run back. If the mechs chase, kill them. If they don't, we can figure it out after. It's a lot of ifs there. What do turrets count as again? What do you mean? Count as? They count as free steel? Human meat. While weaker than a mace, the breach axe has a significant damage multiplier against buildings. The head attacks of breach axes deal demolish damage, which has a 10 times multiplier against passable buildings, and a 7.5x multiplier against impassable buildings, such as walls. Interesting. Here is the problem with that. Not to poke holes, but turrets have a chance of exploding. If I send someone into melee range to attack this turret with a breach axe, which I don't even know if we have enough materials for at this point, and this goes to explode, that person either gets shredded. I mean, we could do it with Humph, and Humph is a vampire who could jump out of the way, but it's still not an optimal situation. Because then when they jump out of the way, if they don't have smoke to jump into, they get hit by the other turrets. So okay, 1.9 days. Yeah, you know what, guys? I know I've been running my mouth more than playing the game, I suppose, but we've had some really interesting conversations. I always say games bring us together, community keeps us together, but I'm going to take another quick restroom break. As I said, we will sort this one way or the other, even if we've got to go half hour, hour late, whatever the case may be. But I'm going to take another quick restroom break. I'll come back in a few minutes. If you guys need to get up, stretch, grab a drink, I'll see you back here when we get back. Okay, I am back, and some of you will be happy to know I found my glass. I remember what happened now. I didn't want my cat to knock it over and dump water on my electronics while I was sleeping, so I moved it next to the sink. Okay. Back to the Rim. So we were talking about the cycles for all of the different storytellers and stuff like that, and how Randy can attack every half a day, but he doesn't always because that wouldn't be random. Doing roughly 50 damage per whack to the turret should, in theory, be enough. If we look at the HP, but our problem is we don't have a smithy, and I would like to have the breach axe so we keep the sun blocker intact. So this ain't ideal by any means, but we need a smithy anyways. Yeah, smithy's not in the cards at the moment. We've got 65 steel, and we kind of need to hang on to that so that we can repair walls if we need to. Because we've only got 3 plasteel. We don't have enough of these blocks to do anything. It's really interesting to be playing Sea Ice. Another story I talk about is what got me into Rimworld. When I first heard about Rimworld, I looked it up. I had friends like Johnny Tucson and Blind Linus telling me, like, you have to play this game. You have to play this game. It's right up your alley. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. And I kept looking at it and being like, I don't like the look of this game. It doesn't look like it's going to be fun, you know? And I just wasn't about it. I was like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's just not my cup of tea. It doesn't look great. What are you wearing that's ratty? Your synthread toque. Can we get you something else to wear? How much does a toque cost? Because we could make a cloth toque for you. Also, let's suspend just about everything on here. Go back to making basic stuff. Toques are 20 fabric. Okay, so let's get a toque. Because Barb could definitely use a new one. Out of anything. Okay. Where is Killer? Sleeping. Can't imagine not playing this game. Yeah, and so, okay, so I stopped the story because I started, like, paying attention to other stuff. So I had watched Ambiguous Amphibian do a bunch of other content. I love the way he does stories. If you haven't checked him out, he's a very fun creator, right? And so one day, I saw his Sea Ice playthrough pop up on my feed. And I was like, you know, everybody keeps telling me to play this game. Maybe I should give it a shot, right? And so, maybe I should give it a shot to watch it. So I started watching it, and the fact that he was able to really zero in on one colonist, pay attention to everything they did, and like the way he told the story of all the colonists, I was like, oh, I get it now. Like, I understand why you would want to play this game. And that's what kind of sold me on actually giving it a try for real. We do not have any more rice, do we? Huh. Okay. We need that stuff, so let's do thrumbo meat. No, I did not start with Sea Ice. God, I started on some of the easiest difficulties. I lost colonies. I didn't start on commitment mode. When I finally tried to go over to commitment mode, I did wind up Alt F4 scum saving a few times. It took me a long time to really get comfortable with the game. One of the things that drew me in was actually kill boxes, not the use of the kill boxes, but the designing of them. You guys know I like building games. I've been talking about Dyson. I talk about Satisfactory. I've done 2-year-long Minecraft builds, which I will shamelessly post the link to over here. Nether Hub. That is a 2-year-long project that I cut down to a 4.5-minute time lapse. If you want to go check it out. And so I really got into the whole thought process of like, I want to design a really cool kill box. Like, I think that would be dope. And so I started like checking ranges on guns. I went into debug worlds and like test built stuff. I learned like all like it was super fun. It took me forever to learn about zigzags and how to position traps. And the problem was that I went so far down the rabbit hole of kill boxes that I learned what all of the optimal badass kill boxes were. And at that point, I couldn't design anymore because my brain knew what the best builds were, like the most effective builds. And I was like, well, I like the idea of this, but I know this isn't as efficient as this. And so I got stuck at the point where I was always using the singularity. For those of you who don't know, it was popularized by Atom versus Everything. I believe it was invented by some Chinese players. And when they tried to translate the name, the closest word they can get was singularity. So that's what they've been calling it. Yeah, that's where I got to, Sparta. So I did a couple of losing it. So at one point I was, like I said, I didn't think I was going to play the game. Then I had no interest in playing challenge versions of the game. I was just like, I'm going to enjoy the building. I did post some pictures a while back in the Rimworld section. I designed a base in debug mode, and then it took me 2 or 3 attempts to build it. But it is literally like, it is a centralized square with an octagon surrounding it and bedrooms off in each direction. So the pawns would come into the central area and then go off to do whatever work they had. Basically, like the outer ring was all of the farms. The work area had 3 full-size drop beacon stockpiles. The mortars and scanning stuff was in the center, enclosed in little rooms that were like outside rooms that were at the core of the base. And I like really got into doing it. I was also playing with a fixed ideology, which made it extremely hard because I think I know it had transhumanist and high life, and early on those can be huge debuffs. If you don't have the drugs and you don't have the ability to support the power requirements for transhumanist, both of those things can mean massive early game debuffs. So it was definitely not the easiest of things, even on the normal difficulties sections, but a legit kill box? Fuck no. Gotcha. I mean, again, however you play the game, play the game. I've even thought recently about going back and messing with kill boxes just to have some fun, like try and design something now that I know a little bit more about the tactics of it all. Yeah, I think designing them is a lot of fun. I even got into the whole thing of like let's say the range on a short range gun was there. I would position people in like little nooks. Like, okay, so the people in these nooks here, they can hit this target. But then if you go back to here, they won't. So then I'd give these 2 nooks the medium range. And then when we'd get back to here, we'd get longer range, going all the way back to having a sniper rifle at the back. And then I started to widen up this middle area and actually put the uranium slug turrets at the back side of this. So the uranium slug turrets would fire straight down the center, and these people would peek out and hit them. Then I learned how to like do the whole zigzag thing leading in there, so line of sight stuff. Then I learned about causing collision. Rocks, yeah. Hitting my heat kill box. Yeah, and ooh. Yeah, burn boxes can be super powerful. What do we got? Dread leather. Excellent, Randy. Thank you. Thank you for the dread leather. We'll deal with that later. How long till this thing goes off a cooldown? 1.2 days. Let's put some juice on it. Maybe I should haul those slag chunks in the meantime. No, I don't want to deal with that until after I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to let all of our people manage their mood. Tattered apparel on Julie and Photoshop. All right, let's get our tattered apparel under control while we're here. We've got enough materials to deal with that. Steel helmet. Okay, I want that replaced. How much does a steel simple helmet cost? 40. Okay, so we're going to make a steel simple helmet. to replace Julie's tattered one. I mean, her and Killer are probably going to have pretty good mood across the board because they are married. That Mega Sloth Wool Parka is going to go bad. The Sheep Wool Corset is also going to go bad. Man. That helmet is a big deal, though. Photoshop, what is your problem? Also the helmet. We don't have enough to make another helmet for you. If you want context, it's in the Rimworld channel. Yes, yes. We've been using corsets and formal vests instead of sashes, Aya, because they provide more cold and sharp protection. I think that was Sparta that brought that up, or was that Blue? Okay, so we're making a new helmet. We got to get Photoshop into something different. What else is Photoshop wearing? Thrumbo fur button down, Thrumbo fur corset. So, yeah, unfortunately, we're going to have to give them a tail cap. And you can make that out of anything other than dread leather. Where did that simple helmet go? Did somebody already put that goddamn thing on? No, there it is. We're going to give that to Julie. Julie is, combat-wise, carrying the whole fucking colony. So, that is a nice upgrade for Julie. I mean, not even an upgrade. Excellent. Yeah, so she went from excellent to excellent, but this one is damn near freaking falling apart. We'll smelt that down for materials later. 40 metal. We could smelt that slag and get another one, but our battery power is atrocious at the moment. Oh, dread sashes to sell. That's a good call. How long do we have on this again? 22 hours. We're going to need to get into position soon, so I don't think we could do much else. Missing 20 leather. Okay. I don't want to butcher another creature. That's just too much wealth from the horn. You will have to put up with it. That thing there, yeah, it's below 51%. Okay. When we get down to about 10 hours, I'm going to have some of the pawns that have issue with mood eat a fine meal. And I'm going to make sure that we have some drugs in our inventory. You've got a beer in your inventory. You have no anything in your inventory. So pick up Psychite Tea. I want you to pick up 1. Same thing with Killer. Make sure everybody's got some drugs in their pockets for this expedition here. We're not going to pick up joint leaves because those do a very big number on your consciousness. We just want to make beer is pretty good. Pick up 1 Psychite. If everybody has a Psychite tea on them, we might be able to actually we'll be able to handle this pretty good. If anybody starts to have some mood problems. Consciousness affects accuracy, affects movement speed. I do think we get a small consciousness hit from the Psychite and the beer. So, but I think joint leaves are like 20%. If you want to kill a pawn, anesthetize them and then administer a smoke leaf. It'll kill them. Because when you anesthetize someone, they go down to 1% consciousness, no matter what their consciousness currently is. Anesthesia puts them at 1. And smoke leaf, I think, is something like a 10 or a 20% consciousness hit. Actually, less so. Beer, they can drink a single beer every single day and never get addicted. Every other day, they can smoke a joint or drink Psychite and never get addicted. If you want to see the way I do my drug policies, this is the one I learned. This is something I learned from Francis John. If you want to set up for mood, they can take a beer every day if their mood is at or below 35%. Every 2 days, they can smoke a joint if their mood is at or below 25%. Every 2 days, they can drink tea if their mood is at or below 30%. I think there is always the minor possibility of addiction. And then, like, let's say you force them. Joint kill doesn't count as a negative debuff. I don't know. Never thought about trying it, actually. Never actually used it to kill somebody. Just accidentally killed a pawn, like, way, way early on. Like Go Juice, you can never take Go Juice without a chance of addiction. Even if it's like, unless you've got a Go Juice impervious pawn. So if you set your drug policy up that way and you keep beer, psychite, and joint leafs around, basically they'll drink the beer first. If it's a really middle finger mood problem, then they'll go to the tea, and then they'll go to the joints. So if you stagger it like that, there's the least chance of addiction. There's the least biggest hit to consciousness at any given time. And if people are really fucked up, they can do all three and fix their mood. So at least you don't have mood breaks going on. Mood breaks are the biggest problem for me getting killed in colonies. I just shoved Go Juice gene into my guys when I can. Yep. If we could get the Go Juice impervious / Go Juice addiction gene when we get late game, my plan very much is to make all of these people super soldiers. We can't just go, 30, 40, 50 pawns, like it's no big deal, because we won't be able to feed them. Maybe if we do it long enough, but I think a smaller quantity of more badass pawns is the better way to go with this. Cold resist for Giggles is definitely a top priority on the list, because Giggles is going to be pretty worthless if we can't bring him into combat with us. Speaking of which, get out of the motherfucking refrigerator. Like, for fuck's sake, dude. Why do you want to hang out in the refrigerator? I mean, I know the meat is there, but you're fed. You just want to get hypothermia, huh? All right, let's swap out some weapons here. So what I think we're going to do... Mila and Killer are our worst shots, right? Because even Barb is a pretty good shot at this point. So let's give Mila the smoke launcher. Let's give Killer the EMPs. And then we're going to swap Barb into one of their assault rifles, because their assault rifles are better than her charge rifle at this point, I do believe. Yeah, let's give Barb a Masterwork assault rifle. So now we've got a pretty good list of weapons. Anybody else need an assault rifle? Now, Julie's going to be a sniper. Humph is a melee pawn. I think it's time to feed them and start getting into position. 16 hours. We got to wait a little longer. I don't want the mood buff from the meals we're going to give them to wear off. Got another idea? What's up? The ghoul is zoned to hang out here and where the meat is. So, like, they're going to just stand over here, or they're going to go in here. Mostly because I want them at the center of the base, and I don't want them, like... If you just have them walk around the whole base, it's going to contribute to the disturbed sleep. Not that that's ever going to not be a problem, but... And, hit me, Sparta. We're not going just yet. We're getting prepped up here a little bit, but we're not going just yet. Bank, shove him in prison once he's back. He's an anomaly research source. Ooh, interesting. I think I'd rather keep him on the road, but that is definitely something to consider. Maybe later on, but at the moment he's more valuable to me running back and forth. We have a new outer wall, though, so is the ghoul still center? More or less. They're in the main part of the base over here, right? speed this up to a 2. Keep an eye on this. 14 hours. Once we hit about 10 hours, I'm going to manually tell people to eat fine meals, and then we're going to go get into position. So the moment this thing goes down, we got a full 24 to fuck with it. And doesn't the town sell some bioferret? They do. I think getting skip abduction now might be a little premature for what we got going on. But yeah, definitely something we could invest in at one point or another. Photoshop, cancel that. Let's get you a fine vegetarian meal. Barb tends to have problems, so let's have you consume a fine meal. BD. Consume vegetarian fine meal. Soul seems to have problems often enough. Consume a fine meal. Grump, same type of situation. But we need to wait till a chair is available. There we go. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Sorry, Grump. We're going to give you that a second. We need to get you a chair. Not in a long time. Not in a long time. Eight fine meal. 8 fine meal. Yeah, I think we jack everybody up on a fine meal. Barb got one. Mila. Actually, Killer and Julie are not really in need of fine meals. But maybe we get Humph one. Where's the antenna? The orbital thing is here, and the comms console is here. We figured out that this doesn't actually have to be on to get a trader, but this does. So, all right, how is Barb's hemogen? Is Julie and Humph are eating? Ooh, let's have Julie do that. Mila is reading trigger studies. Okay, I think no time like the present to get up there. It's going to take us a while to get up there, and this thing goes in 9 hours. We're going to have to bring the whole team. Let's real quick draw in where this is. So this is right along here. So we want to make sure to stay behind that line. We're going to do this. We don't want anybody firing at will at the moment. And we need everybody to come up here. Not gonna lie, very, very nervous right now. Our faction relations, we went down to almost -50 with Teotoria, and we're neutral at -15. Natural hostility towards the pigs. We're -15 with the Circa people, but they won't come on comms. We got a lot of comms console stuff on Friday, so I don't think the comms console is broken. I just think our RNG is not in a great place at the moment. Today has been a very combat-heavy RNG day. I want Julie to be right in line with that guy. So Let's get you there. Marksman and Combat Command, 100%. We do have to actually... Shit. 8 hours. That's a long time to be chilling out here. I think I came out here prematurely. Wait, the other question is... Oh. And I fucked up. Nope. This thing has a longer range. Or it comes out further. So let's not go there. Hydrate. I can do that. And then let's double check this one as well while we're up here. Alright, we're alright on that. I got this. Sure, why not? So this one lines up right there. I think we might have come out here too early. 8 hours is a long time. Oh, I know, we have shield packs and everything. So I'm not super worried about anything. Worst thing going on right now is I overestimated how long it would take to get out here. I'm tempted to have them go back, but I don't know. Mood-wise, it might just be fun. It might just be like a matter of I don't even know. Okay, so let's get everybody kind of tucked in like this. Actually, let's make sure Mila and Killer are more towards the back, and we'll make sure that Giggles is closer up front. Six hours. 5. Are you fucking kidding me? Undrafting themselves. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. Alright, let's position again. Now, we are going to smoke in front of us. Yeah, at least it didn't set anything off, yeah. Three hours. Glad the smoke is super visible in the... Yeah, right? 2 hours. Definitely sarcasm. Mr. Ben is having trouble already, so let's get you a beer. This was my worry about getting out here early. Alright, they should be okay. 0.9. Nine seconds. 5, 2. All right, that is down. Not firing at will. Good. Mila, I would like you to continue to smoke. I guess here. And then Julie. Ooh, okay. So Julie's gonna have to dip in just a touch. And now comes the scary part. Scyther. Scyther. Whoa, that's a lot of Scythers. And that Lancer. And the Pikeman. Not ideal. Right, Marksman Command is a good call. Alright, now that we've... I did not realize that these guys... were going to come out, and I did not realize... I thought it was only 1 per capsule. Apparently it's not 1 per capsule. So, that's a thing. The Pikeman and the Lancer... Yeah, we're going to have to take this out here, but I think we pull back. So that we don't have to worry about the turrets as well. The Lancer... Does it tell the distance on them? Kind of, Sparta. The thing is our movement debuff, we're at 48% movement speed. So that is not the easiest thing. Honestly, I think we could realistically take most of this out here in the field for the most part. But mechs are dropping in. What's dropping in? More Lancers. Now, are they guarding this situation? If they're going to stay in guard mode... Okay, so they're in guard mode. We might be able to pick some of them off. Please don't hit Julie. Okay, so... See, these things are a big problem. And Soul is in a bad mood. Yeah, well, sorry. You're absolutely right. Let's pop that, and let's pop that. Hmm. The moment one of these takes a shot, we're going to have to pop a low shield. This is nerve-wracking. Can we move back quick enough to out-kite them? Burn my point for this chat. Hell yeah. I'm not going to say that the Scythers are not a threat. But the biggest threat really is the Lancers and the Pikemen. See if we can slow that guy down. Actually, we're going to need to back up. Danger, Will Robinson. Turret pack? Yeah, we could turret pack in a second. It'll pull aggro, so I want to save it till they get just a little bit closer. We have our EMPs with us as well, so... Minor break risk on Grump. Maybe we quickly take inventory of what we have available to us. I know what we got. I know what we got. We're, as long as we can kill the Lancers and the Pikemen, we could always distract the Scythers with the Ghoul. But that Lancer and that Pikeman are definitely possible weak points for us. Okay. Jumping sniper. Killer, I'm gonna need you to EMP right about there. BD, let's have you drink some tea. that this guy has range. All right, we're gonna need low shield pack now. So, boop. Okay, so mostly sorted. That pikeman is problematic in that it's got a very long range, so this is where our melee vampire action comes into play. We're going to do a jump here. We're going to do a jump here. And now everybody can come forward. Mila, have a beer. All right, all the mechs are dealt with. Yep. Okay. That being said, Mila's got the smoke launcher. Mila is drinking a beer, so everybody else come over here real quick. Yeah. We're gonna do a little weapon swap here. Okay. So what we're gonna do, Humph is gonna go home. Like, legitimately everybody's gonna go home except a smoke launcher and somebody with an assault rifle. So I would prefer 2 vampires stay, but that's Julie and Barb, right? How is your mood? How is your mood going? Your mood is tanking out hard, and I didn't have you bring food. You need food. You need food. Yeah, this is the problem coming out too early. Everybody needs food. Okay. Change of plan. We are going to go back home, and we'll come back out to deal with the turrets. Actually, the assembler's here. Completes in 1 day. Okay, we really have to deal with that. Who's got best mood? You're pretty goddamn hungry, but you've got a jump pack. Okay, never mind. We got to get this taken down. Okay, so Mila, I want you to drop that, I think. Okay, yeah. Everybody do that. Mila, I'm going to have you drop the smoke launcher. Grump is going to equip the smoke launcher. Mila is going to equip the assault rifle. Julie is hands down our best shooter. Wish I had brought food for her because she's going to be starving. Hey, miss, how you doing? True, very true. Barb's mood is going to tank out. You know what? I think we might have Barb and Mila stay. I'll just put Barb. Yeah, we'll just have Barb drink some tea. And so everybody else here, everybody else is going to go home. Wait. Oh, no. Grump is staying. Mila is going home. Yeah, I might have somebody bring over food to Barb and Grump. Fire at will turned off. What are we fighting here? Mech cluster. Sunblocker mech cluster. We're considering the fact that if we do this right, we might be able to keep the sunblocker and go darkness. We had to do some open field combat. Cost us another one of our low shield packs. But all in all, it went pretty well. Hump's got a couple of bruises because we had to have him punch a... Yeah, I had to have him punch a pikeman. You know the smoke launcher crawl, right, Mezra? Did we have 2 clusters? We had a mech raid. We're dealing with a cluster. What else happened today? Today has been a lot of hanging out and chatting, more so than almost more than the Rimworlding. Actually, don't we have the low shield replacement right there? Yes, we do. If these don't get destroyed, we can get 2 low shields out of this. We've got 19 hours before this thing comes back online. So it is definitely good that we're out here still handling this. We need to get some of these sorted real quick. God, that smoke is freaking terrible. Who's starving? Yeah, Julie will sort herself out. That cover is just a pain in the ass. Oh, we lost a stomach today, miss. Mila lost a stomach during the first mech attack. God, I can't tell where the smoke is. We want these things done. We can eventually, yeah. Harrison, what is your favorite stomach? You're gonna love this answer. It depends. For vampires and ghouls, nuclear stomach all the way. Vampires with their non-senescent gene can't get cancer or carcinomas or any of that stuff, so nuclear stomach and vampires all the way. Ghouls with their regeneration, again, can't get cancer, can't get any of that, so nuclear stomachs all the way. Other than that, I would say whatever we can come up on in a trade. If we're going to make it ourselves, we will probably go bionic because we'll get it first. We won't have to get into the specialized ones. Reprocessor and sterilizing stomach, they're both good in their own way. The downside to any bionics in the stomach, I'll pause and we'll talk just for a second. The downside to any bionics in the stomach is if you are using EMPs in your run, and somebody who has a bionic stomach, reprocessor stomach, doesn't matter, whatever artificial stomach you put in someone, if they get hit with an EMP, they immediately start puking. They will puke and they will wander and they will puke and they will wander. So that is the downside of that situation. If you've got a melee pawn with a nuclear stomach, you're pretty much not going to be EMPing at that point. Same thing is true for brain wiring. If you put any implants in someone's brain and they get hit with an EMP, instantly unconscious. Now, if you have a pawn that's predisposed to mood breaking, you can actually use that in your favor. Like, let's say you have a pawn that always breaks and goes and tries to break out your anomaly stuff. You just put any type of brain wiring in them. The moment they mood break, you pop them with an EMP and drop. I'm being a little overly cautious with the smoke here. We don't want these making scythers. Hey, buddy. You coming to say hi? Hi, bud. Come here. Come here. We're going to finish this mech cluster, so you're going to make me go late. But yes, I did promise dinner because Papa forgot to get food for breakfast. In about 10 minutes, we're going to go get dinner. Okay, sweetheart? Come here. Oh, he's a baby. There's a baby. I love you, Bubba. Oh, the purrs. The purrs, the purrs. Such a good boy. This is Tachyon, for anybody who doesn't know yet. Tachyon is my little boy. I love him with all of my heart, and he is definitely the star of the show. Who's my little ham? You love attention. He likes head scratches a lot. He loves his head scratches. All right, buddy? All right. All right, Appa. Let me finish this, okay? Let me finish this. The sooner you let me finish, the sooner we can go and get dinner. Shut up, Siri. We are on a little bit of a time limit because we got 16 hours on this low shield, but we have destroyed enough that we can get in a lot closer now. Tack attack. We do have an emote for that for anybody who doesn't know. Mezra put it up in chat. If you follow the channel, you can use the emote. It's not a subscriber emote, so... We got this guy, these two infernos, and then this one up here. Don't forget the one above the sunblocker. They're proximity detectors. The mech cluster was dormant, so if you fire at it or walk into proximity, it becomes active. Could Humph come up and whack the sunblocker? He could. Are we keeping the sunblocker? Becomes the question. Oh, the turret above the sunblocker. I don't like having melee pawns attack turrets. Even when they have the jump ability, I've definitely gotten pawns killed trying to melee turrets. It's alright. Grump and Barb might be tired and hungry, but they're full of drugs, so they'll be fine. Barb is carrying the colony. Barb and Julie really are like just god pawns at this point. That is the most Dr. House quote you have said so far. What did I say? If that one explodes, you'll probably set out a chain reaction. Yeah. Tachyon. Right, Barb is on minor break risk. Buddy. Buddy. Hi, handsome. Can I have 10 minutes, buddy? Can I have 10 minutes? Please don't blow up the shield. Alright, that one's not in line of sight. Hey, bud, I need my hands. I think keeping it in going darkness would be better for a story, like a symbol from the skies that dictate they should worship the dark, and if the sunblocker breaks, your followers are punished for failing to keep this symbol alive. He is a pretty kitty. Thank you, Black Sapphire. He is a very sweet and adorable kitty. Okay, so we've gotta get line of sight sorted here. Barb is about to break. No food. Yeah, I might have to send them back and come out and clean this up later. If we can just shoot this out of the way. Now we have line of sight on that. No, don't explode. Okay, so one of the shields is out. Now we don't have line of sight on that thing, right? No, we don't. So we can walk straight down and have this thing, not have this thing hit us. Yeah, we got to get them home. We'll bring out a new team. This is why I said Hump to whack it, because he can hopefully outdamage the fuse. Yeah, hopes and what's that saying? I don't do hope and I don't do luck. Those are two things I don't do. I do facts and I do tactics. Buddy. Shoulder? I think Tax says it's time to end the day. He does. Okay, so we got the threat sorted out here. Let me get everybody back in base, get them into weapons. We can finish cleaning this up on Friday. Just redraw the turret range borders for next time. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, all we have to do is come up from down here. It can't see through the sunblocker. So we can just come straight up from here, smoke, shoot, bing, bang, boom. Yeah, we'll finish it off next time. It's not much of anything. It's a single turret. So we'll go knock it out next time. We just got to grab a smoke launcher and someone to shoot, go up there and handle it. What I could have done is probably swapped in some pawns. I probably could have brought in 2 people. That's a good idea, actually, Sparta. Single turret, dance parties, bing, bang, boom. Okay. Actually, hang on one second. Hang on one second, buddy. We're going to get Barb, before I forget, we're going to get Barb and Grump fine meals. Because they spend a lot of time out there, and we don't want them. That'll be helpful for mood. We still can't bring Bank back on map until we get that 1 turret sorted, but you're eating them without a table. Amazing. Buddy. Okay, hang on. I just need my hands for 30 seconds, bud. There's something I want to do before the day ends because I will forget, and then I will have problems. Yeah. We have 3 vampires now. Humph, Julie, and Barb are both vampires. Thank you for following. Much appreciated. Underemployment. Doctor unemployment. Doctor whatever. Sorry. Thank you, doctor. Much appreciated. Okay. You ate your fine meal. Ate fine meal. You ate your fine meal. Ate fine meal. They're going to sort themselves out. Everybody is on work schedule. Okay. There it is, guys. That's the day. We dealt with a bunch of combat stuff. We had a mech raid. We had a mech cluster. And we got this place roofed in so that it's not as difficult to deal with. Solid stream. Thank you, Doctor. Much appreciated. I think, what was the math you guys said? A single blood bag can support 1.68 vampires, so 2 of them should be able to support 3, but that's just barely supporting them. If you're going to use jumps or coagulates, which we use, you need that 3. So we've got 3 for 3 vampires. I might consider making somebody else a vampire if the need arises. At that point, we would be really, like, riding the limit of what we could support. So I would say if we want to make anybody else a vampire, we should definitely get another one before we do so. As far as candidates for vampires, I mean, BD's got some scars. I tend to make people who have scars in the vampires so they heal up. Mila lost a stomach, but that's not going to get cured by vampirism. Killer has a gunshot wound. Julie, we just made a vampire, so she's gonna take time before her scars heal up. But otherwise, we're doing all right. Yeah, we need more blood bags before vamps. And our wealth is at 105,000. We're just shy of halfway to raid cap. Raid cap's going to be somewhere around 250,000. Especially since most of our wealth is coming from pawns this playthrough. Yeah, so when we get back next week, or not next week, when we get back on Friday, we'll send somebody else out another team out to deal with the turret. Once that's dealt with, we'll be able to clean this up, but more importantly, we'll be able to bring Bank back on map. When we bring Bank back on map, we'll butcher up all these Thrumbo, make clothing that makes sense for our people with the Thrumbo fur, then send Bank back out with all of the horns and all of the random bits of clothing that we swapped out for better Thrumbo fur stuff, and deal with whatever Randy throws at us. I think all in all, today was a really great day. I appreciate everybody being here. Before we call it, let's see who else is online. I want to make sure we raid out and show some love to some of our fellow streamers out there. For anybody who's interested in Oxygen Not Included, we're going to be starting a new playthrough tomorrow. Well, I guess same playthrough, new attempt. I don't know. We're starting a new Frosty map playthrough tomorrow, so we're going to do that. Then on Friday, we'll be back here. And on Saturday, we're going to continue Hollow Knight. You know what? We haven't raided Warren in a little while, and he just went live 5 minutes ago. So let's go say hi to Warren. Warren 333. Warren plays with no pause. He's got a very different style than what I do, but is also a good player and a really fun dude. Probably not before you end stream. Okay, sounds good. So yeah, let's go over, show some love to Warren. I think you guys will like his stream, like his style. If you guys see me online later, feel free to pop in and say hi. I got to run to the store and get Kitty and myself dinner. Thanks for an amazing stream. Take care of yourselves and be well.